I got fear, thoughts build up until I can't breathe. My mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper. I got nightmares in my head, I fear the thoughts build up until I can't hear. That my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper.
Dulos' Nanny took the stand in Stanford today, wrapping up a long day of testimony. This is the same Nanny who called in Jennifer Dulos' disappearance in May of 2019 and gave a lengthy interview to investigators that was used in the arrest warrant for Fotis Dulos and Michelle Troconis.
And we haven't heard or seen from her until now. NBC Connecticut's Kevin Geis with more.
So, hi guys. Before we get to that report, any idea when this holiday happened? Remember in yesterday's testimony, day 3, right? They said they went skiing in Colorado and then they went to Miami. So, and this was in 2017. So do you agree that it was likely late 2017 when this happened? I guess it could be very early as well, but I'm kind of under the impression it was late 2017, maybe December 2017, maybe even November 2017. I don't know if anyone's got confirmation on that. But that is when the housekeeper was told by, or the nanny was told by Jennifer that she suspected an affair, and there was an affair going on. The real question is, how long had that affair been going on prior to then? So if they'd discovered it in 2017, when did it start? Oh, so it looks like trial is about to start here.
I've had a chance to review the motion, Your Honor.
Thank you, Attorney Felton. We will take up the motion that was filed this morning first. You may be heard on the motion.
Thank you, Your Honor. Maybe I misunderstood yesterday when Ms. Almeida was testifying and she was explaining what she said, and I had objected on the grounds of hearsay, and I believe that Your Honor had indicated that because she was present and able to be crossed, that it did not constitute hearsay. If there's another reason why it should be admitted because there's an exception to the hearsay rule, or it's not hearsay because of something other than the fact that she's present and able to be crossed, that I understand. But I would like to ensure that just because she is here, that does not.
So they're talking about hearsay, and you can imagine that there's going to be a lot of that going on. The nannies there, what did Jennifer say to her? What did Fotis say to her? Is that really of evidentiary value? Can she prove that certain things were said?
The court is not inclined to rule in the defense's favor on a motion in limine to preclude hearsay statements, because as those statements or as those questions are proffered, the defense has an opportunity to object. The court will take up the objection when the objection is made.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our counsel prepared to argue the motion concerning the STR mix evidence.
Yes, Judge.
Thank you.
Quite a fancy bow tie has got
The
there.
court recalls that the defense had indicated that it would essentially challenge the STR mix evidence by way of a quarter hearing.
Do you guys want me to turn the volume up? I can turn it a bit louder. Just a good morning to, as Terry says, to our European friends. Good morning to, it's actually good afternoon to our European friends. Good morning to our American friends. Gimchi says, I like this judge. Any thoughts on when this affair likely started? what do you think, earlier in 2017? I think that's a reasonable guess. The trip to Miami was 2017, but the question is, when was it? Was it early 2017, late 2017? I suspect it was November or December. It had to have been winter time, right, in Colorado. Mrs. Amir says, hi, everyone in South Africa. Good to see you. Do you want me to turn up the volume slightly?
A better term. In other words, it takes mixed DNA that could be anywhere from 2 to 6, 7, 8 different depositors of DNA, touch, any kind of fluid, anything that sneeze, anything that has DNA in it. It determines, based on certain input by the lab assistant, that they determine how many contributors they estimate. This program then runs statistics, thousands, hundreds of thousands, I think in some cases, millions of scenarios, and comes up with odds. And that's why I'm challenging this part of it. What the odds are that one scenario, that is the prosecutor's theory, is more likely than the defense assumed theory. Again, they don't necessarily know what our defense theory is, but they put in a suggestion that maybe it's someone else's or it's a third party's or whatnot. So this program, which is proprietary from a New Zealand company and no one has access to, again, the only scientific studies of validity have been conducted by a team that's made up of the company's vice.
So yeah, it seems like he's still complaining about the blood evidence, and you can accept to some extent that when a DNA sample is taken, and if you think about the hair samples in the Rex Human case, they are not said to be absolute matches of I think there are 4 hair samples. 3 are from Asa and 1 is from Victoria. None are from Rex Human. The language doesn't say these are their hairs, just that there's an extremely high likelihood that it's theirs. That is kind of the normal language of when you do DNA analysis. It's a little bit like handwriting analysis, probably more accurate, but you can never say with 100% certainty that it's a match. There's always a statistical probability, and obviously when you're talking about billions of factors to 1 or trillions of factors to 1, that is extremely, extremely, extremely likely. When it's a lot less, for example, in the Madeleine McCann case, there were reports saying that the DNA found in the trunk of the vehicle was only an 88% match. That's not actually enough to be certain. And so we also wonder, what is the quality of that sample in the Brian Koberger case? Anyway, let's listen into what they're saying here.
Other people were known. And the problem with that in this case is that there are going to be, some of these tests are going to show that, for example, all of the children, all the Dulos children are included in some and are partially included in some. So we've got this problem, and that's the reason for the Porter hearing, which would require the witness to substantiate, and I would then cross-examine about the lack of peer review of the odds. We're just talking about those numbers. In the past, Your Honor, I'm sure has had.
So again, you must remember his job is to raise doubt. And so what he's suggesting here is that some of that DNA could be from other family members, which is a reasonable, on paper, it's a reasonable contention to make, except I'm not sure whether, if it's blood evidence, and there's a blood evidence that's got a strong probability of being Jennifer's, and I don't know if you could say, well, there's someone else's blood there as well. I don't know how reasonable that assumption is to make. Yeah, they do seem to be trying to throw some of the evidence out, certainly raise doubt on it. I'm really here to cover the Nanny evidence, so hopefully we'll get to that quite soon. Before we do, I want to show you this slide, and this is something I found on Twitter. I'm not sure if it's from the original discovery or if it's something that was done by a individual. I'm not sure if I've got to give credit to the discovery or individual, but you do see here this is the Rex Human case, by the way. Maureen Brainerd Barnes, she was the first victim, and there's a female hair found on her in the buckle belt. And there you see, they don't say that it belonged to Asa. They say 7.9 trillion times more likely to come from Asa Ellerup than, I guess, somebody else. And then the next one refers to two possibilities. 99.69% of North American population can be excluded. Right, that's barely 0.31%. But not Asa Ellerup or Victoria Ewerman. So then it says here 2.374 times 10 to the power of 48. I don't know how many zeros that is, but basically suggesting it is likely to be Asa's, right? What I'm trying to show you here is the language of DNA. You never say it's definitely that person's. You're always saying the high statistical likelihood. And obviously, when you're going to say something like it's 1.408 times 10 to the power of 169. Oh, it looks like they did find a male hair. So there is one male hair. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hairs. 3 from Asa, possibly. 1 from Rex, possibly, and 1 from Victoria. So that's quite interesting. Right, and so you can never say with absolute certainty that the DNA belongs to someone, but you can be fairly certain that it is. There's that just slight difference. And it's that little crack that the defense are trying to open up in their arguments right now. Hopefully he's not going to do it for too long.
You know, a chalkboard like I saw in the movie Oppenheimer, you know, where they're figuring everything out on a giant chalkboard. It's just somebody punches in some numbers and the computer runs for 5 minutes and it spits out percentages and odds. What I'm not challenging here are what's called the deconvolution. That's the portion that separates out how many different people they believe are in it, and some may be a stronger than some.
Now, I must say, often when I'm sitting in a courtroom, it feels extremely anal. It feels extremely like overkill, both from the defense side and the prosecution side. How much evidence has got to be led, and in a way makes sense to be that anal, I guess, that pedantic about information, because people's lives are on the line. You know, if you flippant about it, you know, if you say, well, it looks like this DNA belongs to this person, you can't prove it, you believe it, there's an assumption, then that's not a court of law based on evidence, that's a court of law based on beliefs. That's the difference between the court of public opinion and a court that is based very strictly upon provable, demonstrable facts. But sometimes the amount of factual evidence is so overwhelming. You sometimes have cases where you think, isn't the verdict here absolutely obvious? And then you have another court day, another court day, another court day, and you sort of feel like the prosecution have already made their case. And it's because it's so fixated on details. And the prosecutors are trained to do this because if the defense can just find one flaw, one significant flaw, then the entire case is kind of wrecked. And so that you do have to be anal. You do have to be very have incredible attention to detail in as a lawyer. I know. Let's just hear what he's saying here.
Correct.
When you say you mean the company in New Zealand. Yes, that's right. That's exactly right. Sort of like, I'll use an analogy, an everyday analogy. Right on my screen right now is a image of a.
So when I was at university, I had my aptitude tested, and they said lawyer to something like, I can't remember if it was like 70, but there was a score. But I tested very high for the aptitude to be a lawyer, and then it was lower to be a journalist, and there were some other things. And but what they said to me was, journalism plays very highly into being a lawyer. You need to have attention to detail. You need to have attention to language. You need to be a good language practitioner. You need to be able to correlate text and to the law. You know, the information you've got, the narrative from a trial to the letter of the law. A lot of it is about understanding language in a lot of detail.
An interesting question. I don't know the answer to that. However, enough cases I've read on peer review means it was reviewed in a scientific journal that anyone in the scientific community can review, and they have a peer review group that then writes something saying, yes, we reviewed the algorithm, we tested it out, we used scientific method, and we find that it meets the standards of scientific the scientific standard that we can substantiate it.
And that is something you'll also hear about quite often in a courtroom, is science. You'll have scientists that come in as experts, you know, where a lot of issues are reduced to science. So the science of autopsy evidence, the science of whether ballistic evidence is scientific or not. Obviously, the whole DNA analysis is a scientific gathering of evidence. Some of it involves chemistry as well. But it is interesting how scientific the legal arena is. And an interesting question to ask is the law science? Is law science? Is it social science? Is it something else? And I think that it should be scientific. But there's also got to be a little bit of room for, I don't know what one can call it, the X factor. because if you think of the Scott Peterson case, where all they found, the only evidence they found of Lacey was a single hair in a yellow needle-nosed pair of pliers. That case certainly wasn't entirely scientific. You also had the human, I mean, that's the other area of it, the humanities. The fact that he was having an affair, and you could tell from the spirit of his conversations with Amber Frey that he definitely wasn't grieving and missing Lacey, and you could kind of tell what was going on. And that's kind of a human aspect to the law, which I think is needed, but that's also the area where you can make human errors. And so it's kind of a 99% science and then 1%, arguably, I mean, you could say it's proportionately different. But that 1% could be enough to take a case in a totally different direction. Anyway, let's listen to what he's saying.
That allowed it in, that was not the challenge. It did not have to do, that was the challenge to the whole program and whether it was reliable. I'm not doing that. I'm only challenging the use. If the state wants to exclude the use of these, the likelihood ratio, and I emphasize, it is not a scientific result. It's the
So I don't know whether the jury's present right now. If they are, then this really feels like posturing. One thing I noticed in the Oscar Pistorius trial that was astonishing was the way that lawyers use time and momentum to build their case. So just like telling a story, the best way to end off your story is with a cliffhanger. The worst way is on a sort of a dull note, a forgettable note. And lawyers often try to do that. Now, I don't know whether this lawyer is trying to disrupt the momentum from the previous day where the nanny has said something that was kind of like a cliffhanger. You know, she's told me about the affair, and create a kind of a noisy cloud in the minds of the jurors that kind of interrupts that, so that when she continues her testimony, it's somewhat weakened, right? Because all of us are here waiting for her to talk, and he's taking us back to something else. And there are two basic ways a defense can win a case, as far as I'm concerned. The one way is you legitimately raise doubt. So you legitimately raise points of uncertainty, right? And then the other way is that you simply muddy the entire narrative with nonsense, really. You just sort of muddy everything, and you make it confusing, and that indirectly creates doubt. I'll give you an example of that. In the and we're kind of having a similar situation here to what we had in the Henry van Breda case. In the Henry van Breda case, you had this much worse bloodbath. There was literally blood all over. It was a triple axe murder of his own family, and so 3 people killed with an axe, and then also his sister survived, but she was also badly injured. And when the DNA expert came in, she just went on and on and on and on for days, just talking about protocols and procedures, and talking about all of the samples that were taken that were not conclusive. So in other words, you could have 500 or 1,000 positive samples. And I mean, how many more samples do you need to take to say, okay, it was that person, right? And then she would say, there were so many dozen samples that weren't tested. Then there were so many other samples that were, what's the word? Hey, stop snoring. There were so many samples that were not a strong enough sample. And so she's literally spent days just really muddying the DNA evidence, where you're sort of sitting there almost falling asleep, and you kind of thinking in your mind, where is this going? What are we talking about? And that's a deliberate ploy from the defense to either disrupt the momentum of the prosecution or to simply confuse you. And I remember in that particular case, the judge complained repeatedly, can you get to the point? How much longer is this going to take? And so on and so on. And they still took a really long time to get through that. And the idea was to stand up and look like you're presenting a case when you're just really providing an answer that looks like an argument, but it's not really an argument. And I don't know how long he's been at it already, but I'm not really interested in this particular aspect. What do you think? Do you think there's merit to blood evidence that doesn't belong to Jennifer or Fotis? I think there's real merit to that argument. The problem is, if there is some blood evidence from Fotis, that creates a situation where he's now in the house, and it could be DNA from a family member. And so that's, I guess, the area that he's trying to challenge. Let's hear what he says.
Is what's prejudicial, not the fact that they said that they say that it's consistent with, or the DNA matches the individual. That's my point.
Well, of course, peer review is only one basis for determining whether a methodology is valid. How would you respond to the argument, Attorney Schoenhorn, that the STR mixed software, which yields a likelihood ratio, is better than the extraction amplification method?
What's interesting about that, Your Honor, is that's what Mr. Ladd testified to at that hearing, according to what I'm reading. I don't know if the court would reach the same conclusion about that. The challenge to the extraction method requires a fair amount of individual assumption and eyeballing by the scientists. There are, of course, videos, there are photographs. If one wished to challenge that process, one could, although that's been established over the years. That's going back 20, 30 years. They've had electrophoresis. The lab person will take I think it goes back to when Your Honor was practicing law. There would be a form of, they would run a.
Okay, so we're going to just jump out of this for a while. I'm not sure if you're interested in listening to that. I'm not. I hope I'm not ruining this for you. We can come back to that in about 5 minutes or so. Let's just do a quick review of what we heard yesterday. The nanny to Dulos' 5 kids, quite a qualified nanny. Qualified in psychology. I'm not sure if she did study construction management. She did say that Fotis was pushing her to do that, to I don't know if I want to say educate herself, but what is quite interesting is that she worked for Jennifer, essentially helping look after the kids, and then worked as a colleague to Fotis as well. And of course, Michelle, his mistress, also worked for him. So I don't know about you, but when the nanny was testifying, I was thinking, wow, you have got it made. You're living quite a nice life, going on these trips and, quite a glamorous life. And the article says here, Jennifer Dulos had an idyllic family life until her husband Fotis cheated on her. Lauren Almeida, who took care of the couple's children for 8 years, testified during Troconis's much anticipated trial. She painted a picture of a perfect family life filled with frequent ski and beach vacations to St. Bart's, Florida, Greece, Virginia, and Colorado. The part that I kind of pricked my ears up at is where she said that she would go on holiday with Fotis, not with Jennifer. I'm not sure if the prosecutor was specific in saying, did you ever go on holiday with Fotis only? I'm not sure if that came up. I think she's a very attractive lady. I mean, I hate to draw comparisons, but if you put the nanny next to Michelle Troconis, I don't know if there's much of a contest. I think it's a very, very attractive nanny. She's smart. She's eloquent. She seems to be have high standards. She seems reliable. She seems honest, and she is really quite pretty. But this is the bottom line. She says they seem to get along fine. Bear in mind, she'd monitored the marriage for easily 6-7 years. And she said their relationship totally changed when Jennifer busted her Greek husband's affair in 2017. And anyway, that's her testifying. Wonder if I've still got that thing. Let's just, I think the defense lawyer is still yapping on. This isn't into this.
The big dynamic change was in March of 2017, which is when Jennifer found out about his affair.
The nanny for Jennifer Dulos taking the stand in Stamford. State prosecutors cracking into the Dulos family dynamic before May of 2019.
She just felt like arguing with Fotis, like he was harsh and she didn't like conflict. So she could never really like express how she really felt because it kind of got looked over.
Lauren Almeida.
Now, you can tell how a situation like that's not going to end very well, where he's confrontational and she doesn't like conflict. And so every time she takes a step back, he's going to take a step forward. By the way, I can see outside it's a monkey's wedding. It's when the sun's shining, but it's raining. So definitely a monkey's wedding.
Testified that she met Michelle Troconis during a trip with Fotis and the children. She pointed out the defendant in the courtroom before court.
Now, I don't know what you think about that, but that seems to be a little bit of disdain, the way she kind of does that. Let's try and watch it again.
Was adjourned for the day. She pointed out the defendant in the courtroom before court was adjourned for the day.
And she had said earlier, where are we with the... He's still talking. She had said earlier, what was I going to say? Just completely lost my train of thought. Just that he was controlling with the kids and controlling, he seems to be a controlling person, that he was quite pushy and controlling with his wife. And one kind of gets the idea that was his kind of personality. And she seemed to like it. The nanny seemed to appreciate how driven he was and how sort of motivated he was. And she considered him a role model. So quite complimentary. I think the thing I wanted to say is she seemed to blame the mistress for breaking up this perfect fairy tale. Bear in mind, she's part of this fairy tale that the family are sharing. And so you kind of get a sense that there's some disdain for this mistress. And the interesting thing is they must have worked together. They must have been in the office. Well, we'll find out, but were they in the office at the same time? It's not a Monkey's wedding, it's a monkey's wedding. Monkey, right? Has this resumed yet? No.
The jury also heard testimony in the early days of the investigation into Jennifer Dulos' disappearance.
Did you conduct that test on Exhibit 13?
So someone on Twitter sent me the pattern on some of those kitchen gloves, and I must say it does look quite a lot.
Did you conduct that test on
like that? But of course, this also looks like that pattern that you saw on the grill.
Exhibit 13, the paper towel swabbing that you did?
Yes, I did.
And what was the result?
The test was positive.
Retired State Police Sergeant Matthew Riley breaking down positive presumptive field tests that led investigators to believe there was blood scattered.
And this is what the defense dude is complaining about. All those positive presumptive tests. I mean, he hasn't really. They haven't really gotten to the DNA expert testimony yet, so I don't really know what he's complaining about. Like, if I was the judge, I'd say, let's deal with that when we deal with the DNA expert. Anyway.
Around Jennifer's garage, followed by testimony about new evidence pulled from the garage.
That's another paper towel. It's a larger paper towel fragment.
That's an incredibly big paper towel fragment, right?
Blood-like stains.
Also, never before seen evidence inside her home, including one of those paper towel rolls containing a blood-like stain, stains on Dulos' counter and kitchen sink faucet, as well as disturbed trash bags, fingerprints, and rubber gloves investigators believe had a connection to the garage.
If you can imagine 3 fingers here.
In his cross-examination, defense attorney John Schoenhorn tried to convey to the jury that presumptive field tests have their limits.
You would need.
And so he's still trying to do that. I mean, he's still on that record, on that kind of stuck record. Oh, good. We've got somebody else.
In as an exhibit, specifically Defense Exhibit A. So once the court finds that this is generally accepted in the scientific community, the defense fails to meet their burden. But even if the court disagreed with the state,
can you see there is the court photographer sitting over there? He's got a camera straps around his neck, says Sony. So that's the court photographer.
you can take judicial notice of Judge Didapo's opinion. And one of the things the court can consider when taking judicial notice of Judge Didapo's opinion is whether or not the defense has produced.
So I don't know whether those are the stretchy kind. You guys should know better than I do. I don't really know that brand. I don't know. I guess one could have a closer look and Google it. Did anyone see the exact name of the brand? That's also really interesting, and it's a kind of insight like that that is pretty. It's pretty damning, right? It's a pretty damning thing that it's kind of evidence that is only someone who really knows that house very well. There are very few people who would know that. I don't even think the kids would know that. But Jennifer would probably know that. Maybe she even wouldn't. Very, very few people would know that, but the nanny would be one of them. Hefty. Okay, hefty. Yvonne says most hefty bags are stretchy, so there you've got your answer.
Review Judge Didapo's decision. The court has had the opportunity today to listen to the arguments of counsel concerning the validity of the methodology that yields a likelihood ratio. The court's first consideration, just based on the representation by defense counsel, the first concern, court would say, is the court
I
is
see no juries present.
not clear on how the STR mix software can be valid, but a component of it not be valid. If A plus B plus C equals D, how can A plus B equal D without C? So the court is not clear on that argument. Concerning the Porter factors themselves, there are a number of factors that are considered. According to the case law, the weightiest of which is acceptance, general acceptance in the relevant scientific community. So the list includes general acceptance in the relevant scientific discipline. The methodology has been tested and subjected to peer review. There is a known or a probable rate of error.
So earlier, the defense attorney mentioned that they've got their own theory. I'm not sure if he even said theories, but he alluded to this idea that they've got a different version of what happened to the prosecution. Now, if you were the defense attorney, what could those be? And I would suggest that you could have a combination of them saying that Jennifer had staged her own disappearance. In other words, she's still alive, and Jennifer had staged her own disappearance, and she'd perhaps gone to a hospital and drawn blood and used that like a blood bag of her own blood, right? Something like that. That could be one scenario that they present, and then they could present another scenario. It's interesting with the prosecution's case, you present one scenario because as soon as you present more than one, you raise doubt. With the defense, you raise multiple scenarios and hope one of them sticks. The other scenario that they could raise is that some unknown individual committed this crime. Some intruder, some unknown person. And the only way that they can really make that argument is if they can exclude Fotis from the crime. If they can exclude Fotis from the crime, they can exclude Michelle Troconis, if you know what I mean. In other words, if they can indirectly prove Fotis is innocent, then they win their case. And if you think about it, Fotis hasn't been successfully convicted for this crime. So it's quite a clever way to indirectly win their case without getting stuck into it. And so you can see why the much easier route is to fixate and focus on some of the DNA and argue against that DNA and make that the case within the case. So it looks like the jury might be entering now. That I think is a good sign. How do you think I've done 45 minutes of kind of dead time? How do you think I've done trying to get through that? This is the part that I don't enjoy about live coverage of a trial is I've kind of got stuff to do. I need to eat something. I've kind of got stuff to do, and I could have done something while this was going on. I really, I mean, I don't know about you guys. You guys can probably have the television on and cook meals. I've got to sit here, right? I suppose I could. and I'm sorry to be a bit of a male chauvinist. I don't know if it's being a male chauvinist or just being male, but I can't help looking at Michelle Troconis and looking at the nanny and wondering what Fotis was thinking in terms of attractiveness. Of course, you can also think, well, what did the nanny probably had her standards and loyalties as well. Here she comes.
And you are still on the rope. You may take a seat. Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Ms. Almeida, if I were to show you a photograph of Jennifer and another photograph of Jennifer with her children, would you recognize the individuals?
Yeah.
May I have these marked, Your Honor?
Has counsel seen them?
I have Your Honor.
I'm handing you what's been pre-marked for identification as State's Exhibit 15 and State's Exhibit 14. I'm just going to ask that you please begin by looking at State's Exhibit 14. What is that photograph of?
It's of Jennifer.
And approximately how old is Jennifer in that photograph?
Well, it looks like she has Noelle next to her. So she was maybe in her late 40s, early 50s.
Ms. Almeida, it's difficult to hear you.
Oh,
So would you
sorry.
please keep your voice up?
Yeah. I would say her late 40s or early 50s.
Judge, I move it in.
No objection.
The number again, please.
State's 14.
Stage 14 is admitted as a full exhibit.
And now just directing your attention to State's 15. Can you tell the members what's depicted in State's 15?
Yeah, this is a picture of Jennifer and the 5 kids.
And how old are the children in that photograph?
If I had to guess, I think maybe Christian and Constantine are 6 or 7, and the boys are 9 or 10, and Noelle 3 or 4. And it looks like they're in a classroom.
And move it in, Judge.
No objection.
Stage 15 admitted as a full exhibit.
May I publish to the jury, Judge?
Yes.
She is. She is.
Well, it's going to take a long time to do it that way, Attorney McGinnis. You should hold it up and show it to the jurors.
That's fine, Judge. Thank you, sir. Publishing States 15 and 14.
So I don't really want to show the children's faces on camera. Hopefully we're not going to.
Where we left off yesterday, Ms. Almeida, you had indicated that you were familiar with the defendant. Is that correct?
Yes.
Where did you meet the defendant?
In Miami at the ski club.
When did you meet the defendant?
When?
March of 2017.
March, okay.
How long after your arrival in Miami did you meet the defendant?
Probably like the next day or a few days after, because we went right to the ski club.
And can you describe the ski club for the jury?
There was like a gate that you kind of drove in, and then there was everyone's boats like kind of in like a port, and they would take out the boat to go into the water. And it was a pretty narrow like lake, and it was used for water skiing. And there was like a little outdoor area that had a tent and a table that you could hang out in if you weren't skiing.
Was it a public ski club or was it a private ski club?
Private.
Did Mr. Dulos own a boat?
Yes.
When did he purchase a boat?
I'm not entirely sure the exact like month, but I think it was like maybe 6 months to a year prior to that trip in 2017.
What type of boat was it?
I don't need a ski nautique. I might be getting that wrong. It was a ski. It was made for skiing. So
Where did he keep the boat?
in Miami.
And would he travel to Miami?
Yeah,
Often?
often. Yeah.
That had to be pretty expensive.
And did he keep the boat at a particular place in Miami?
He kept it at the ski club.
When you met the defendant, was she with anyone else?
Her daughter,
And what's her daughter's name, if you recall?
Nicole.
Approximately how old was her daughter at the time?
She's the boy's age. The 17-year-old boys now. So maybe 12, probably 11, I think, around that age.
Did Jennifer ever go to the ski club in Miami?
No.
Where would Jennifer stay if she wasn't at the ski club?
Well, her mom was visiting at the time too. So she was with her mom at the hotel or with the youngest, Noelle, who would come to the ski club sometimes, but not as much as the other kids.
How many times while you were in Miami during this March 2017 trip would you say you were in the defendant's presence?
A few times.
Who introduced you to the defendant?
Fotis.
Did Mr. Dulos introduce his children to the defendant as well?
Yeah, I think prior to that trip.
Okay, when you say you think prior to that trip, can you explain to the jury what you mean?
Yeah, so when we got there, they were calling her Mitchie.
Wow, that's interesting.
And so and they hugged her. So like they already knew her.
That's interesting.
I believe it was just the two boys, so Petros and Theodore. I don't think Krishan and Constantine or Noelle had met her yet.
Would Mr. Dulos travel to Miami with the older boys, Petros and Theodore,
Yeah,
prior to this trip to Miami?
yeah, prior to this trip.
Can you describe your interactions with the defendant at the ski club for the jury?
Yeah, so Fotis introduced her as a friend, and she was nice. She was with Fotis a lot, like they'd go on the boat to ski, but there was one time I had a conversation with her when we were underneath the little tent where you can kind of just hang out. I remember the conversation. She was telling me she just got back from Colorado. She was looking at schools to go for her daughter to go to because her daughter was a very good snow skier. So she wanted her to, I think, get better or more opportunities there, I guess. But she was friendly.
When you interacted with the defendant, what language did you speak to her in?
English.
Did she have any trouble communicating with you in English when you spoke with her?
No.
Did the Dulos children interact with the defendant's daughter, Nicole?
Yes.
And I want to direct your attention specifically to Petros. What was his interaction with Nicole?
It was kind of known that maybe Nicole was his girlfriend. He was 11, but in that sense.
Well, that's interesting. A sort of a family dynamic between the
Jennifer
kids.
ever in the defendant's presence during the Miami trip in 2017?
No.
Did Jennifer stay in Miami with the family for the entire trip?
No, she didn't.
Can you describe to the jury or explain to the jury why Jennifer did not stay in Miami for the entire trip?
So her mom was with us, like I mentioned, and she tripped and she ended up breaking her ankle. So they had to fly back early so she can get it taken care of. And she took Noelle with her. So they left a few days before the trip ended.
Where did her mother trip?
I think it was by the pool. She slipped.
When you say by the pool, which pool are you referring to?
Oh, the pool in Miami at the hotel.
And just to remind the members of the jury, what hotel were you staying at?
The W?
And if we can be as precise as possible, approximately how many days were you in Miami before Jennifer left?
I think it was like 2 or 3 days. So it was towards the end of the trip.
And after Jennifer left Miami, who stayed behind?
I stayed with Fotis and the other 4 kids.
Did you guys ever go to the ski club again?
Yeah,
And was the defendant present?
yeah.
Did there come a point in time when you were no longer staying at the W?
Yeah.
Can you tell the jury what happened?
There was one night where Fotis said that we had to stay in a different hotel, and so we drove to the Ritz-Carlton, but it was only going to be me and the 4 kids, and so because he was going to stay with a friend, and he didn't really go into specifics. It was just kind of odd, but I just agreed, and so it was the 4 kids and myself, and we stayed in one room together for that one night. And then we had to get up at like 5 a.m. to get an Uber to meet him at another ski club.
And when you say all of you stayed in one room, how many beds were in this room?
1 bed.
Sure.
Where did everyone sleep?
We squished on the bed. I think I was with Christian and Constantine in the bigger bed, and Theodore was probably sleeping. We had a cot and then maybe someone on the floor.
When Jennifer was in Miami, were you all sharing a room like this?
No.
What were the arrangements when Jennifer was in Miami?
Objection relevance.
Well, court does not know if this is preliminary to a more material matter. The court will overrule the objection.
What were the arrangements prior to Jennifer leaving Miami?
We had more of like a suite room, so there was multiple bedrooms, so that way there was more space for us to be, and like a common living space and a kitchen space also.
Did you ever see the defendant outside of the Miami Ski Club?
Yes.
Where did you see her?
We went to laser tag one day.
Approximately what time did you go to laser tag?
It was after the ski club, so it was probably like later afternoon into the evening.
And what type of facility was this?
It was like one of those places that had an arcade and pizza and laser tag. I don't remember the name.
When you got to the facility, can you describe to the jury what happened?
Yeah, so I went in and I just kind of went right to the register to like pay for everyone. And Fotis kind of ran in after and he's like, no, you can't, like, he wanted to like make sure that he was the one paying. It was just kind of odd, or have Michelle pay. It was just a weird interaction. And I just told him, I don't want to do laser tag because I was tired and I didn't want to play laser tag. And laser tag with that many kids is very tiring. But he was pushing me to play laser tag, which was just kind of weird. So I ended up having to play laser tag while Michelle and Fotis hung out outside of the laser tag room.
So
And I just want to be
Michelle
clear about this.
and
When you say he was pushing you to play laser tag, who are you referring to?
Fotis.
you guys play laser tag, we all go somewhere else.
And where you indicated that they did not play laser tag, they being the defendant and Mr. Dulos.
Yeah.
Where did they stay while you were playing laser tag?
Well, because it was like that arcade kind of space, there were tables and stuff that you can kind of hang out on while the kids were in laser tag.
Was anyone else present besides you, the children, Mr. Dulos and Michelle Traconis?
I think Nicole was there also.
And did she play laser tag?
Yeah.
You indicated earlier that Mr. Dulos did not spend the night with you at the hotel when you were with the children after Jennifer had left. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did Mr. Dulos strike that?
Nicole is Michelle's daughter, as far as
Where
I know.
did you end up meeting with Mr. Dulos after spending the night at the hotel with the children?
We went to a different ski club in Boca. So we took an Uber there to meet him there in the morning.
And was the defendant present at that ski club?
No.
When did you leave Miami?
Shortly after that, we took like an evening flight because we got in around 11 and we weren't back to their house in Farmington until about midnight.
Who was on the flight with you?
Myself and the 4 kids.
Mr. Dulos did not travel back with the family?
No, he extended his trip.
Wow. So you stayed
How
there
did you get back from the
with Michelle?
airport to, I assume, Fort Jefferson Crossing?
Oh, we took an Uber
And what time did you arrive?
around midnight.
When you arrived, what did the children do?
Oh, they were all tired, so they like ran upstairs and like got into bed. So
Do you recall what day of the week this was?
I don't.
Was Jennifer awake?
Yeah, she greeted us.
And did you speak with Jennifer?
I did.
Did you spend the night at the home that night?
No, I went back to my home.
Did Jennifer discuss with you a belief she had about Mr. Dulos?
Yes.
What did she say to you?
She told me he is having an affair and I have proof.
What was her proof?
I think through email and receipts, she found out that he went on a trip to Utah with Michelle and a friend of his and his girlfriend.
What was her demeanor like as she said this?
I think she just was just like, I knew it. She's again, very soft-spoken. So she seemed sad, but also just kind of like she was trying to figure out what to do.
Did she indicate to you whether or not she was going to be confronting Mr. Dulos about the affair?
She told me that she was going to talk to him about it, and she asked if I not mention
Objection,
anything.
hearsay.
Well,
Yes, sir.
the court's concern is relevance.
Yeah. Yeah.
So this appears just to be a series of events that, of course, the jury is hearing this testimony, but
I don't know. I tend to disagree. I would say it is relevant. You're not going to get this kind of quality of information from very many other people. And a lot of the small things add up. So I would say it's relevant.
so the objection is overruled as far as hearsay is concerned. The court's concern is relevant.
I disagree, I must say.
Overruled.
You can answer the question.
Can you repeat the question?
I will try.
It seems like he did overrule that, and seems like he was saying it is relevant. Okay.
Well, she told me that she was going to, and she asked me not to mention anything to him or to anyone.
And did you eventually speak with Jennifer about her intentions regarding the future of their marriage?
Not that night, no.
When did you?
It kind of changed throughout time, what her intentions were.
Okay. Can you describe to the jury what you mean by that?
So I was in the house the next day, and when Fotis arrived too. And so when I got to the house, she pulled me aside and told me that she spoke to Fotis, and he admitted to the affair, and that she was going to try and have this be as civil as possible. Because she opened up more, saying that she was no longer in love with Fotis, but she had 5 kids. So they were going to try and work out what they could.
And directing your attention now to April 2017, did Jennifer make any requests of you as to whether or not you would stay on as the nanny?
Yeah, over the next few weeks, things were changing, and so her plan changed. And she asked me to go with her when she was planning to move, and I agreed.
Where did this conversation take place?
At a coffee shop in Avon, which is the town right next to Farmington.
So this is where she kind of had to make a
Were you still
choice.
employed by 4 Group at this time?
Yes.
She had to make a choice, stay with Jennifer.
Why did you
or-
decide to go with her?
Because she was my friend and I trusted her. And I wanted to help her.
Did you ever talk to Mr. Dulos about your future with 4 Group?
Yeah, at that time, I've been working for 4Group for a few years and I just had no interest in it at all. And so I didn't see a future with 4Group anymore.
Did you give your notice?
I did. It was going to be for the end of May.
I want to direct your attention now to April and May of 2017. Was Jennifer still living at 4 Jefferson Crossing?
Yes.
Was Mr. Dulos still living at 4 Jefferson Crossing?
Yes.
Were they still sleeping in the same bedroom?
No.
Where were they sleeping?
Jennifer was in their master bedroom and they had a third floor office, but also bedroom. And so Fotis was up there.
Can you describe the dynamic between Mr. Dulos and Jennifer in April of 2017?
It started to become very tense and uncomfortable being in the presence of both of them. They were arguing a lot. It was, again, just very uncomfortable.
Were you still working for 4Group at this time?
I was.
You had mentioned that you witnessed arguments between Mr. Dulos and Jennifer.
Yes.
I want to direct your attention now to an argument that involved a piece of paper.
Mhm.
Can you describe for the jury what you saw between Jennifer and Mr. Dulos and their interaction?
Objection, Your Honor, prior bad acts, relevance as to Michelle Troconis.
Well, can you describe what you saw? We don't know what the testimony is going to be. So the jury has heard testimony that there was a lot of arguing.
So Masa, I'm curious to know when Michelle started working at 4Group and if she was ever there when the nanny was there. It's unfortunate if she wasn't, because you would imagine there'd be a lot of seeing the two together, Fotis and Michelle, if they were at the business at the same time.
There's kind of this like little, I don't know, I guess like a bridge. There's a garage and a garage, and then you drive through. And so I was driving through and pulling into the garage. And as I was doing that in their backyard patio, I saw Fotis kind of chasing Jennifer with this piece of paper.
Objection, Your Honor.
Wow.
Chasing her with a piece of
Prior
paper.
bad acts related to Fotis Dulos, relevance as to Michelle Troconis.
Well, the grounds has to be, you're stating two grounds. You're stating prior bad acts and you're stating relevance.
Yes, Your Honor.
Overruled on relevance. Concerning prior bad acts. Counsel, do you wish to be heard?
Well, Judge, I would just indicate that I can do the proffer now if the court wants, or we can do it at sidebar.
Well, prior bad acts are not admissible to prove action and conformity therewith on a particular occasion.
Absolutely. And that's, I will tell the court that that's not the offer from the state. Obviously, everything that we are about to discuss as part of the offer yesterday goes to the tension in their marriage during that time period. So that's the purpose of this offer.
Do you wish to be heard, counsel?
Your Honor, this was heard outside the presence of the jury, and this is one of the things that we discussed, and my objections based on that.
Well, of course, prior bad acts are not admissible to show bad character, criminal tendencies, or propensity, but they are admissible to show other things. And so what are you offering it to show, counsel?
Your Honor, we're offering it to show Mr. Dulos' animus, the growing tension in their marriage, and what his intent and motivation was in this particular case.
So intent and malice are grounds on which prior bad acts can be admitted, unless the probative value is outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. what is your argument, counsel, on unfair prejudice?
Your Honor, these incidents that are going to be described and that are being described right now involve a very short period of time in two.
So this is a little bit dangerous for the defense because what they're doing is actually drawing attention to, by objecting the way they are, they're drawing attention to this thing. The jury are sitting there thinking, okay, so what happened? Oh, and now there's a lot of fuss around it. You've got to be careful as a defense lawyer doing this because you can shoot yourself in the foot as well.
It appears to the court is that these incidents are too remote in time to essentially give life to intent and malice.
And not similar in nature, Your Honor.
Well, at this point, the testimony is that
The other thing is if you overruled, and I saw this a lot in the Laurie Vallow case, so many objections, every single one of them overruled. You don't really achieve anything except irritating the jury. And it often backfires. So I feel if you're going to object, you object when you know you're going to win, unless it's to disrupt momentum to some extent.
I don't remember the exact question, but we were discussing an incident that you observed between Mr. Dulos and Jennifer involving a piece of paper.
Mm-hmm.
Can you just describe for the jury what you saw?
So after I pulled into the garage, they saw me pull in and they both went inside. And so I had some of the kids in the car. I don't remember where we were coming back from, but we walked in through the garage to the mudroom, to the kitchen. And I just kind of like focused on the kids, getting them to where they needed to be. And it was later on that Jennifer told me what Fotis was saying.
well, it was later on that Jennifer and then the court did not hear the balance of the
Told me, Your Honor.
testimony. So
Did you get a sense that the defense are
the
like,
objection is, well, first, the objection has to be timely. If it's not timely, you have to move to strike.
the defense are almost like Camille Vasquez was in the Depp versus Heard trial, like on this hair trigger. Anytime she hears the word told, said, she's going to say objection, hearsay, right?
What's the question, Counsel?
Well, the question was for her to just describe what she had seen. I'm not claiming what counsel's objecting to, so perhaps I could just ask another question. We can move this objection out.
Like, so the last sentence, Jennifer told me, that's non-responsive to the question.
If you think about it, what the defense are trying to avoid is the prosecution by hook or by crook making the case that or they're trying to interfere with the prosecution trying to make their case that Fotis committed this crime. They're trying to make that difficult for them to do in terms of intent, things like
Mr.
that.
Dulos' demeanor for the jury during that same interaction.
He looked angry.
Did you ever witness Mr. Dulos make any threats about the children?
Yeah.
And did he make these threats in Jennifer's presence?
Yes.
What type of threat did he make to Jennifer?
That he would take the kids to Greece and not come back.
And did Jennifer ever express her fear to you that that would happen?
Yeah, a lot.
When was this threat made?
Through those couple months, so April, May 2017.
Did there come a time when Jennifer made a decision to leave for Jefferson Crossing?
Yes.
Did she ask for your help in doing so?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury what you did for Jennifer?
We were slowly moving things out of her Fort Jefferson house, to a property that her parents owned in Pound Ridge, New York, and to a friend's house in Farmington, things that Fotis wouldn't really notice being gone.
Did she tell you why she believed she needed to secretly move out of the house?
Yes.
Oh, did she tell you? In other words, it calls for what Jennifer told her. The answer is yes or no. It's the next question that may run into the objection.
Did she tell you why she believed she needed to secretly move out of the house?
Yes.
What-
Objection, Your Honor.
You see how quick,
Because the
did you
question
tell objection?
is probably, what did she tell you? Objection is hearsay. Counsel.
Yes, Your Honor, this is a statement of an existing belief under 8.3 subsection 4, and I do claim this.
Well, a statement of belief is not the same as a statement of then existing mental or emotional.
So what's happening now, not in terms of the legal argument, but what's happening in terms of the timeline is Jennifer has been told that by her husband that he's going to take the kids to Greece. And I believe that from how the nanny was, without any doubt, when she said that. And so Jennifer's response was to plot a midnight taking the kids somewhere else, right?
To her or with the kids if she filed for divorce while they were living under the same roof.
During this time period where Jennifer was moving out of the home secretly, can you describe her emotional state for the jury?
At first, she was really calm. So when she first found out about the affair, she was calm and she really wanted to try and make it work, which I thought was really good of her because I wouldn't have been that calm. But she was very calm. But then over the weeks from after we got back from that spring break until we left in June, she was increasingly getting more afraid. Like her anxiety was really bad. You could tell that she lost weight. Like she was just afraid and expressed that a lot.
And did there actually come a point in time when Jennifer was involved in a car accident?
Yes.
How did you become aware of the car accident?
Jennifer called me because she was in Pound Ridge where she was bringing stuff to the house that she was moving from Fort Jefferson. And she called me to tell me about the accident because she needed someone to come pick her up. And she didn't want Fotis to know because she didn't want Fotis to know that she was moving things into another house.
Describe her demeanor when you picked her up.
Like terrified, like shaking, like he's going to find out. She was really worried.
She sounds tearful.
I want to direct your attention now to May 2017. Did there come a point in time when Mr. Dulos had family members visit Fort Jefferson Crossing?
Yes.
Who visited Fort Jefferson Crossing?
It was his niece, Clea, and her, I don't know if it was her boyfriend or fiance at the time, Nacho.
And where were they from?
They were living in Madrid.
You said Madrid?
I believe, yeah, it was Spain, I think.
And while they were visiting, did you witness another argument between Mr. Dulos and Jennifer?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury what happened?
Yeah. I was in one of the kids'
You're
rooms.
under same grounds.
Can you describe what happened? Not a
Notice
hearsay
these
objection.
objections whenever there's a possibility of someone said.
So I was in one of the kids' rooms and we were just doing a puzzle together where all of a sudden, like, we started to hear screaming and Jennifer ran through the bedroom door. I don't believe that she knew that we were in there, but she ran through the door. Fotis was yelling. I'm not sure what he was yelling. And she closed the door behind her and pushed her body up against the door. And he was trying to get in. And she, I mean, her face was just, she was terrified. And she saw that myself and her daughter were there. And to be honest, I kind of froze because I didn't know what to do. And then when he pushed the door more, he saw that his daughter and myself were in there. And his demeanor totally changed. he went from yelling to like, Jennifer, I just want to talk, like very soft spoken. It was so weird. And so eventually he walked away because myself and her daughter were there. She told me she needed to get out of the house. And so she left me with the kids and she just got in the car, and I think she just went down the street to really just like kind of catch her breath.
What we'll do at this point, because we started late with the jury, we will take our morning recess and come back in at 11:40. Please do not discuss the case.
Okay, 11:40. That's in about 12 minutes. I don't know if I'm going to keep you guys company for the full 12 minutes. I might just pop downstairs to get something to eat. But what I want to quickly talk about is the legal strategy. It's not so much strategy. I'm not sure if strategy is the right word, because you see it so often. It's a very common tactic, that's the word, is when you have such an excellent witness like this one, you want to, especially if they have a long exposure, that in other words, if they're an important witness that is part of the fabric of your case going back a long way, then what you really want to do is take them through, chronologically take them through the milestones. So it's literally like telling a story. And what is really important is to have a combination of a very clear timeline, which I've tried to do, to say during this month that happened. And if I was the prosecutor here, I would actually have almost a flipboard or something on the screen showing the time, just to keep the jury anchored in that part of the narrative. And at the same time, you want to, through her, build up the escalating tension by touching on one milestone after another. Obviously, they've got to be relevant. And, that's not very hard to do in a deteriorating marriage. You are going to have incidents, you are going to have arguments, and you want to really highlight those, but within a chronological timeline. And it takes a skillful lawyer to do that in a way that takes the jury along with that, and you get a buildup of tension, right? And what the defense are trying to do is also interrupt that. They're trying to find any way, because this is very damaging to them, trying to find any way to interrupt, break the narrative into pieces, so that that sense of increasing, escalating tension doesn't come across as well, right? So you've got to be on your toes as the prosecution, trying to tell your story, but also make sure that you don't say words that are going to lead to objections for years, say, and also that your witness isn't going to do that either. And that's the difficulty of juggling a couple of balls. I'm just trying to think. There was something else I meant to talk about in terms of timeline. Let's have a look at some of your comments. Another question I have is, was this nanny the one that drove over Fotis's mother. Was this the nanny? Was it Almeida that drove over Fotis's mother by accident? And it would be interesting to know if it is her. I can't imagine who else it could be. How did he react to that? She's describing someone who is quite seems to be quite angry, quite emotional, quite temperamental. That is already running after Jennifer. He's already done it twice. Once after a piece of paper, another time maybe he wanted Jennifer to sign a check. Maybe he wanted her to sign something over to him. Probably was about money. Yeah, so that hasn't been mentioned. It's part of the media narrative. I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure of the date when that happened. But let's bring that up. Dulos nanny ran over Fotis' mother. Let's see if it will come up. So Cleopatra Dulos, she was 77 years old. She died in 2010, so it's not the same person. She was driven over by the family's 24-year-old nanny. She said she'd worked for them for 8 years. So I suppose it's possible. They're certainly not mentioning that here. They don't mention her name, or do they? One thing I remember with that story was that there was surprise that the nanny wasn't fired, that they kept the nanny on. It is that nanny. The nanny, Lauren Almeida, told police that at least several times she'd witnessed an altercation between Jennifer and Fotis. Jennifer Dulos once tried to Fotis once tried to run over Jennifer with her car. Okay, but that's not quite what we're asking here. That's not quite what we're asking. So yeah, I'm a little bit unclear on this. I'm a little bit unclear. Was Almeida the nanny that drove over Fotis's mother? Just trying to get confirmation on that. So this happened 2 years before she went missing. Nanny said he did something when she saw 10 rolls of paper towels missing on the day that his wife vanished. Here's another headline.
In their home. Paula Ferris is here with the details. Good morning, Paula.
Good morning to you, George. According to these previously unsealed search warrants, Jennifer was terrified of her husband. The documents reveal he chased her around the home, allegedly even tried to run her over with a vehicle. Jennifer vanished in May. In newly unsealed search warrants, Jennifer Dulos confided in Lauren Almeida, the family babysitter, about how her husband, Fotis Dulos, had tried to run her over with a vehicle in August of 2017, adding Jennifer was...
Right, so that's August. And so, as I say, if the prosecution can tell this story in a good thread, the jury are going to get on board with it. But if the defense keep interrupting and the defense kind of get confused about when things are happening, it's not going to come across as strongly. It's a little bit like watching, if you binge watch something, it's so much more powerful. Whereas if you watch a couple of minutes and then you watch another couple of minutes and then you don't watch for a few weeks, that kind of thing. You want to really try and convey your story in one go, right?
Very afraid of her husband, and he threatened to take the children permanently to Greece. Allegations that Dulos' attorney denies. Dulos, his girlfriend Michelle Traconis, and his former civil attorney Kent Mawhinney were all arrested last week in connection to Jennifer's death. And now this morning, newly released voicemails raising questions about the relationship between Dulos and Mawhinney, his former attorney.
Hi, this is Fotis Dulos. I just wanted to reach out.
WTIC TV obtained several voicemails the station reported Dulos left for Mawhinney's estranged wife.
Hi, it's Fotis Dulos. Hope you're doing well. It's Sunday morning, mid-morning, and I'm just trying to touch base with you to see what the plan is so I can plan my afternoon, evening accordingly. Okay, call me back. Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
Mawhinney is in the middle of a bitter divorce of his own. Arrested last year on charges of domestic violence, police say his estranged wife feared for her life. He was charged with violating a protective order to not contact her after asking Dulos to do so on his behalf. The Stamford Advocate reporting that in an arrest warrant last June, Mawhinney's wife claimed Dulos.
Okay, so I must say what's quite interesting with the idea that you've got a lawyer that may have been somehow involved. Well, if you have 3 people involved, it's easier to make the case that one of those were involved than if there were just 2, if I can put it that way. So in other words, if this dude was involved in the events with Fotis, then he's already got a partner in crime, an accessory. And so why wouldn't he then have another one, right? I'm simply saying that it's not such a big bridge to cross to argue that, a friend of his, another friend of his, meaning Michelle Traconis, could be involved and an accessory if there's already another accessory. Does that make sense? The other thing that is definitely interesting from a intertextual perspective is in the Karen Reed case, it's about this idea of someone running someone else over when they're not very happy with them, right? And yeah, we've got something like that almost happening in the opening salvos of a divorce thing, which ends in death. And then, of course, you have it in the Rowan Dennis case as well. We don't know if there was an argument. We don't know if it's the same thing. But what I'm simply saying is you have some instances where people who used to be in a relationship, who used to be happily married, can do very dangerous things to one another with a vehicle. And we see that here. It looks like we're seeing that here.
When
What's happening?
she was there, et cetera, the phone records can help disprove some of that. So it's both to show where she was and where he was and where they weren't.
Oh my gosh. And there's new details as well that are coming out from the Dulos family babysitter who said that Jennifer said that once her estranged husband tried to run her over.
Yeah.
Is that something that could come up in trial?
This is the bombshell, sort of from these search warrant applications, et cetera, because we didn't know about this up to this point. That's going to be a big legal fight. as to whether that comes in. Typically, you don't admit past bad acts, meaning allegations that someone did something awful in a case about, let's say, a murder case, because you say it's too prejudicial, et cetera.
So it is going to be interesting whether this is raised. Remember, we had May in the timeline. This supposedly happened in, was it September? Interesting if that does get raised. I must say it's hard for me to imagine that it's not relevant, given that she was ultimately murdered and found to be murdered.
But there are arguments that can be made as to why something like that could be admitted. If they can show it was a pattern in practice in the way that he behaved, and somehow this was the culmination of that, then it's possible that something like that could come into evidence, but it will be a hard fight for prosecutors to get that in.
And then you have the ex-wife of Kit Mawhinney, who is the attorney for Dulos, who said that she believes she's a part of the conspiracy to.
So it is shaping up to be quite a interesting legal tussle. And as you can see, the defense are on their toes already, definitely. Let's have a look at some of your comments. Where are we? Oh, it looks like we're back.
To go to intent 2 years later, that they are not relevant as to Michelle Troconis based on any evidence that's come in up till now. Your Honor, if you are inclined to continue to allow this, I would ask at the end of direct that you give the court a limiting instruction.
Thank you. What the court is not inclined to do is call the game before pitches are thrown.
Good point.
The court is not inclined to give a limiting instruction at this point because the pitches haven't been thrown.
Did you catch that?
Motion is denied. Bring the jury in, please.
So he said this court is not going to allow objections before the pitch has been thrown. And I think that's quite a mature way of dealing with it. Allow the person to make a statement and then argue the merits of your argument. It does appear that way, doesn't it?
Counsel stipulate?
Yes, Judge.
Yes, Judge.
Okay, thank you. The witness can be brought back in.
Yes, Judge. And just before we begin, I did indicate to the court at the break, I had transposed exhibits 14 and 15. 15 was actually 14 and 14 was 15. I apologize. I just wanted to make the members aware of that.
Thank you.
Okay, Lauren Almeida, she's coming back to the stand, quite well dressed, quite composed.
Good morning again.
Morning.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Almeida, you had indicated that you had driven the family's Chevy Suburban, is that right?
Yes.
How many vehicles did the Dulos family have in the spring of 2017?
So they had the Chevy Suburban. Fotis had a Porsche Cayenne. Jennifer had a Range Rover. And they had a Jeep, but I don't know if that was it was a Florida car. I don't know if it came to Farmington yet or not at that time.
I want to direct your attention now to the Porsche Cayenne, if I could. First of all, what type of vehicle is that?
It's like a small SUV, I guess.
And did you ever witness an argument between Jennifer and Mr. Dulos over the Porsche Cayenne?
Yes.
Can you describe that argument for the jury?
Yep.
Objection, Your Honor.
Well, the question is, can you describe the argument over the Porsche Cayenne? What's the relevance, counsel?
So the relevance, Your Honor, is that once again, this goes to the antagonistic relationship that was developing between Mr. Dulos and Jennifer Dulos during those spring months of 2017. And specifically that this particular incident involved the Dulos children and the fact that Jennifer became greatly upset based on something that Mr. Dulos was doing.
Well, if this is testimony about what happened in 2017, every incident that occurred during the course of a strained marriage is cumulative.
That's it.
So at this point, the court is going to sustain the objection.
I want to
Doesn't think you were
direct
going
your
to do
attention
that.
now to June 19th, 2017. Can you tell the jury what happened that day?
That was the day that Jennifer planned for us to leave Fort Jefferson.
When you say Jennifer planned for us to leave Fort Jefferson, who are you referring to?
The 5 kids, Jennifer and I was helping her along.
Did you give a date there?
Was Mr. Dulos aware that you were going to be leaving Fort Jefferson?
No.
What was the plan to leave Fort Jefferson without Mr. Dulos becoming aware?
The plan was she told him that we were all going to be visiting her father's grave and we were going to New York. We went to New York often because that's where Jennifer's parents were. And we left like that afternoon, I believe. And we just got in the car and the plan was to stay at a hotel that we've never stayed in before. So we stayed at the Mandarin Oriental in the city. And Jennifer hired an armed bodyguard to be outside of her room because she was afraid, because her plan was to file for divorce once we were in the city in the hotel.
She seems almost tearful.
Did you ever hear from Mr. Dulos on June 19, 2017?
Yes.
How did you hear from him?
He called me a bunch that evening.
Did you ever answer the phone?
No, I didn't.
Did he leave any voicemails?
Yes.
What did he say on the voicemail?
He accused me of kidnapping their kids and that he was going to call the police, which he did.
And how long did you stay at the hotel?
I stayed for like half a week, but they stayed for a full week.
Where did Jennifer end up residing after leaving Fort Jefferson Crossing?
She rented a home in New Canaan, Connecticut.
What was the address, if you recall?
153 Chichester Road, I believe.
So not 69 Wells Lane initially?
No.
Directing your attention now to approximately 8 days later, was there a family case pending between Mr. Dulos and Jennifer at that point?
Yeah.
And did you testify in the family case?
Yes, I did.
Was that in this building?
Yes.
Did you see Mr. Dulos in this building prior to testifying?
Yes, outside in the hallway.
Was he with anyone?
He was with his lawyers.
Did he approach you?
Yes.
Can you describe his demeanor as he approached you?
He came at me, yelling at me, again, accusing me of kidnapping his kids. And then I just walked away. And then he tried to approach me later with his lawyer in a different demeanor, just apologizing, saying that he's just really upset. But I just walked away.
And did you testify on Jennifer's behalf in the custody case?
Yes.
Going forward from June 27th, 2019, did you continue to work as a nanny for Jennifer?
Yes.
Well, counsel, you said June 27th, 2019.
Sorry, strike that. Let me rephrase the question. June 27th, 2017, did you continue to work as a nanny for Jennifer?
Yes.
And were you still working for 4 Group?
No.
Did your responsibilities change with the kids, given the new location?
Yes, I think I became more, it was only myself and Jennifer. So there was no other babysitters or anything, other than she met some people in her time in New Canaan. So there'd be a babysitter on a day I couldn't go, or she needed an extra hand, but it was mostly just Jennifer and I. So my responsibilities became more.
And were you ever tasked with the responsibility of dropping the children off at 4 Jefferson Crossing for visitation with Mr. Dulos?
Yes, I was in the beginning.
Approximately for how long were you tasked with that responsibility?
Just a few times, and I told Jennifer that I no longer wanted to do it.
I want to direct your attention now to September 20th, 2017. Did you drop the children off at 4 Jefferson Crossing that day?
Yes.
Did you see Mr. Dulos on that day?
Yes.
Anyone know what that date
Mr. Dulos
refers
approached you
to?
on that day.
Yes.
Can you describe his demeanor when he approached you?
He was angry and yelled at me, and again is accusing me of kidnapping his kids and telling me that the only reason why I was there for Jennifer was because she paid off my student loan, which is an absolute lie, and that he was going to make sure that I never see his kids again, but yelling in front of the kids. So it was very uncomfortable.
Did you ever do a drop off with the children again?
After that time, no. I told her I no longer wanted to be around him.
Did Jennifer and Mr. Dulos ever officially finalize their divorce?
No, they did not.
Was their divorce ongoing in May of 2019?
Yes.
In May of 2019, how often was Mr. Dulos permitted to see his children?
He had supervised visitations, so he had to have someone from the court along with his visitations, which was every Wednesday for a few hours. And with that visitation, it needed to be agreed upon with the supervisor and Jennifer through something I believe was called the Family Wizard, for them to communicate, because they no longer could communicate through text or through phone. Everything needed to be recorded. So it was supervised visitations once a week.
So it looks like they're not going to talk
I
about
want to direct your attention now to
driving
May
over
20th,
incident.
2019.
Mm-hmm.
Were you working as a nanny for Jennifer during that week?
Yes.
And I want to begin with May 21st, Tuesday, 2019.
Okay.
Where were Jennifer and the children living at that point?
So they now have moved to 69 Wells Lane in New Canaan.
Did Jennifer own that home?
No, she was renting.
In addition to yourself as the nanny, were there any other individuals who were frequently in the home besides the family itself?
There was a cleaning person that would come often. Her name was Edie. I don't know if it was like once or twice a week.
And how often were you working for Jennifer in May of 2019?
So the weekends were less, but it was usually Monday through Thursday and Sunday most of the time. But I would always have Friday and Saturdays off.
Had you had any contact with Mr. Dulos from September 2017 until May of 2019?
He was emailing me back and forth.
But other than that?
Other than that, no contact.
How did you typically get into the house at 69 Wells Lane?
So they had a 3-car garage, and I would enter through the middle because they had a keypad, and that's what the keypad would open. And I would enter through the garage, and then there was a door that led to the mudroom, and that's how I would
She'd
get in the
enter
house.
through the garage, right?
What types of vehicles did Jennifer own?
So she had a Suburban and she had a Range Rover.
Where would she typically keep the Suburban and the Range Rover?
So the Suburban was on the left side of the garage, and in the middle was the Range Rover. And then the third and last bay was, we had a bunch of shelves for sporting equipment and the garbage can, so that was typically left open.
Are you familiar with something known as WeatherTech lining?
I think that's like a Suburban or line your cars with. Maybe not, I don't know. I think yes.
Well, let me ask it this way. Did Jennifer have lining in her Suburban?
Yes,
Where was the lining?
it was in the car, so it was like the mats and then the trunk, because the kids would throw their sports stuff in there all the time. So it was like, I think, a way to protect the car.
And had you actually seen the lining in the trunk of the Suburban?
Yeah, it never came out of the car unless you brought it to a car wash and they took it out to clean it, but they always put it back in.
What type of material was this made out of?
Like rubber.
When you would enter through the garage, you indicated that you accessed a mudroom, is that correct?
Yes.
Was the door to the mudroom ever locked?
No, that was kept open.
When would it be locked?
The door leading into the garage,
Yes.
that door was never really kept locked. It was kind of just open.
Now, I want to direct your attention to that day, Tuesday, May 21st, 2019. Was there a basketball hoop being installed at the residence?
Yeah, so the boys got a basketball hoop as a gift from their grandmother. So they were getting it installed in their driveway. It was one that you had to dig a hole for and put it in that way.
And did you, were you present when that was taking place, the basketball hoop being built?
No, I showed up after, so it happened earlier that morning.
Did you have a conversation with Jennifer about the garage that day?
Yeah, so she went to show me the basketball hoop because she was like really proud of it. So we were on our way outside, and just in passing, she's like, "This is a mess."
I knew she was going to do that.
So the
Hearsay.
hearsay came in at the end of the question. What is the question?
Whether or not she'd had a conversation with Jennifer about the garage?
So the answer was yes. And then the response was, she said, hearsay.
Well, my response, Your Honor, is that I'm not offering this for the truth of the matter asserted, and so I'm not offering it for a hearsay purpose. It's meant to explain why this witness took some.
So I want to quickly just address what Barbara says. Jennifer did kidnap the kids. Well, who ultimately got custody of the kids, I think is important to look at. Also, was she being kept to some extent under duress? In other words, was she in a voluntary situation? And also, was she facing threats, imminent threats? And were they, saying something like, "I'm going to take the kids to Greece"? So I don't know if it's as simple as that. So we've got a bit of a sidebar going on.
What did Jennifer say about the garage?
She said the garage was a mess, and that was it. So I decided to clean it that day.
That's
What
interesting.
area
So
of the
she
garage
cleaned
did
the
you clean?
garage on the 21st.
I cleaned that third open bay that had all their sports equipment in it.
And how did you clean the area?
I guess it was just more like organizing the shelves and organizing what was on the floor and just putting things in certain spots.
Were there any cleaning supplies in the garage?
Yeah, there was a bucket of cleaning supplies.
What color was the bucket?
To be honest, I don't remember. I believe it to be white or red.
Can you describe the bucket for the jury? I mean, is it one of these 5-gallon buckets or?
Yeah, it was one, like, I guess it's 5-gallon, I don't know. But it would just have things like Windex and cleaning solutions, sponges, things like that, that the cleaner would use, like grab on into when she would enter the house to clean the rest of the house.
And while you were cleaning the garage, did you notice any camping pillows?
Yeah, so the kids would go on a day-night trip with their school where they had to bring camping supplies, like a camping pillow and sleeping bag. So I kind of put that in the corner. That it just kind of lived in the garage.
So the camping pillows were in the garage?
Yes.
And I want to direct your attention now to the next day, Wednesday, May 22nd, 2019. Were you working that day?
Yes.
And what time did you arrive at work?
I usually arrive around 12-ish. It depends. Sometimes I come in earlier.
Do you remember what you did upon your arrival at work that day?
On Wednesday? Well, Jennifer, there was a visitation that day, so I usually go to the house first and kind of like pick up after the kids or their rooms and stuff. So probably like made the beds.
And you mentioned that there was a visitation that day. Who had visitation?
Fotis had visitation.
Well, so Fotis was there May
And
22nd.
What time would Fotis arrive for visitation?
4:30.
She's got quite a good detailed memory, right?
What time did he arrive on this day?
This day he arrived at 4.
Was this unusual?
Unbelievably unusual. Fotis was notoriously late to everything, including supervised visitation.
Did you see him arrive at the house?
I didn't see him arrive at the house until Jennifer noticed him through the window because he pulled in up the driveway, and part of their agreement was that he had to wait at the bottom of the driveway for the supervisor to arrive, and then together they would drive up the driveway and get the kids for the supervised visit. So it was strange that he drove his car all the way up the driveway with nobody noticing.
The premeditation,
So Jennifer saw that
possibly.
he came down and got me and said, she just said, I'm going to go talk to him and see what's going on. And he said he was confused. And so he just went back down the driveway and waited for the supervisor to arrive.
Now, at some point, did you leave did you leave 69 Wells Lane?
Yeah,
Why did you leave 69 Wells Lane?
I didn't want to be around Fotis.
So what did you do?
I went into town with one of the kids. I think we grabbed lunch. I believe she had, they did horseback riding. And so we were going to that right after. So we just grabbed something to eat. And then I took her to where she needed to be.
So remember, Michelle has also got links to horses.
And how long
and
did that last?
using
where you took
horses
her
as therapy.
out on to, what was it again?
I think it was horseback riding.
Okay.
Yeah,
How
we
long
did
did that
this.
last?
It's usually like, I believe it was like an hour and a half or so.
And at some point, did you message with Jennifer?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of messaging with Jennifer?
I wanted to make sure that Fotis left the house before I came back. So she was just letting me know if he'd left or not.
If I can have this marked, Your Honor.
I did horse riding as a kid, me and my brother. Any of you guys go horse riding as children? Good point.
Judge, this has been marked by Madam Clerk as State's Exhibit 16. I did have an opportunity to show Attorney Felsen what was on State 16 yesterday. I don't know if there's any objection.
No, Your Honor.
State 16 will be admitted as a full exhibit.
So, Amanda, there is a gigantic TV behind you that we're going to turn on and we're going to show you some things.
Okay.
Is Your Honor's TV on?
Yes.
It's quite incredible that Fotis was there at the house 2 days before the crime. And it was unusual. He arrived there early. He went all the way up to the garage. They saw him walking through the window.
So within State's Exhibit 16, there is a file entitled Number 1 Text with Jennifer. I'm just going to ask if my colleague can pull that up. And we're displaying page 1 of Text with Jennifer at this point. Ms. Almeida, do you recognize this text message exchange?
Yeah.
Well, firstly, can you just explain to the jury
What's the
what
date?
this is?
These are texts between Jennifer and I that Wednesday, going back and forth on
Wednesday.
what to do that evening of Wednesday, because I was just checking in to see if Fotis was there and how I could essentially waste time if he was still there, so I didn't have to be at the house.
And were these screenshots that were taken from your cellular phone at the time?
Yes.
And did you provide those screenshots to police?
Yes.
And many of us have iPhones, but just for the record, is this an iPhone text message exchange?
Yeah, so I was in the blue and Jennifer was in the white.
And so Jennifer writes, Fotis is still here. I know you're going
Exclamation
to
mark.
do Noel's braids. Petros is picked up by 8:30. I think he should wrap it up, ... I'll let you know when he goes. And Jennifer wrote that to you?
Yes.
And what is the message about Noel's braids and Petros being picked up? Can you explain to the jury what she meant by that?
Yeah, Noelle had she had like a colony day or something at school, so she had a little outfit and she had a dress and she just wanted to wear braids. And Jennifer had many talents, but hair was not one of them. So I did her hair the night before.
She does seem quite
And Petros
close to
was
the
at
kids and
lacrosse,
fond of
so
them.
It was a practice to get picked up from.
And you write, I'll just go out in gas to waste some time.
Yeah.
And then you continue, Constantine wants Dunkin'. I assume that means Dunkin' Donuts.
Yes, that does.
So maybe we do that, get gas, and then get Petros. And then she replies, okay, great, but he left so you can bring him home. Is that right?
Yeah.
Even the nanny
She's
seems
letting you know
quite
it's
afraid
okay
of
to
him,
return.
right?
Yes.
Now, did there come a point in time where Fotis actually returned to 69 Wells Lane on May 22nd?
Was that Wednesday?
Yes.
Yes, actually, in between his visit or during his visit. Yes.
And were these text messages before or after he returned?
I think it was after. I'd have to look at the time, but I believe it was after.
Okay. Did there come a point in time where Mr. Dulos ate dinner on the back patio of 69 Wells Lane?
Wow.
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
Right.
Personal knowledge.
We do not know if this witness was there, so that predicate question can be asked.
Well, let me ask it this way. Did you become aware that Mr. Dulos was going to be returning to 69 Wells Lane to have dinner?
Yes.
How did you become aware of that?
Because Jennifer talked about it.
Same objection, Your Honor.
Well,
Did you become aware that Mr. Dulos was going to go back to 69 Wells Lane to have dinner? Response, yes. How did you become aware of that?
Timmy wants to go for a walk. Timmy, come away.
I'm sorry, Miss.
Because Jennifer told her.
Yes.
Come.
And the objection is essentially hearsay.
Yes, Your
Overruled.
Okay.
Jennifer told you this in person?
Yes.
And when would she have told you this in person? Was it after you had taken Noel or?
Yeah, it was when I dropped Noel off, and then by that time he had left with the kids. And so I went back to the house, and I was then taking Constantine to his lacrosse practice. So it was in between that time before I left with Constantine, or to go, to his practice.
Did you and Jennifer do anything to prepare for Mr. Dulos' visit?
Yes.
What did you do?
We locked all the doors.
Why did you lock the doors?
Because she did not want him entering the house at all. And in their living room at 69 Wells, it was all opened windows with doors, and so you could enter. And so we made sure all of those, including the mudroom door, was all locked.
And after you assisted her in locking the doors, what did you do next?
We were preparing the food that was going to be eaten on the patio. That way they didn't need anything coming in, so they had all the cups, utensils,
Does have a
napkins,
very
plates,
detailed
everything
memory, huh? And
was
that's
out there on the
always-
patio.
The food as well, or that came later?
No, the food as well, because he came with the food and gave it to Jennifer, and so she had it in the fridge. So
It's a big
we just put it
asset having a witness with a good memory.
Now, I want to direct your attention now to May 23rd, 2019, which is the next day.
Mhm.
Did you work that day?
Yes.
This is the
What types
day
of things
before
did
the
you do at work
incident.
that day?
I don't remember exactly, but I'm sure the kids had practice or horseback riding or something. I usually pick the kids up from school, or I'll pick Noel and the other 4 kids. They had different times in which they were out of school. So I would usually or Jennifer would hang out with Noel until the other kids were picked up. And I would also cook dinner, and I did like tidying when the cleaner wasn't there. I did the tidying around the house.
So let me sharpen my question a little bit. Did you do something with paper towels?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what you did with paper towels?
Yeah, so we buy in bulk, and so we were running out of paper towels that we keep in the pantry. And so I went down in the basement to get a 12-pack of paper towels,
Wow.
and I unloaded it in the pantry before I left that evening.
Where was the pantry located at 69 Wells Lane?
It was to the left of the kitchen.
Again, detailed memory,
And
right?
did you have any conversations with Jennifer about what she would be doing the next day?
Yes.
Were you going to be working that Friday?
Yes.
And specifically Friday, May 24th, 2019?
Yes.
Why were you going to be working that Friday if you didn't ordinarily work on Fridays?
So she asked me originally to maybe stay over on Thursday night because she had appointments in New York City to go to. She still kept her doctors here, and she had an early morning appointment on Friday. And so doing overnights was something that I would often do. It wasn't abnormal. And so the plan was for me to spend the night Thursday and then be there Friday. And I was going to take 4 of the kids and drive them up to New York to meet Jennifer at her mom's because they had an orthodontist appointment that was
Wow.
also located in the city.
So
When you say the city, you're referring
She
to
was-
To New York City.
Manhattan.
Yeah,
supposed
Manhattan.
to be there the day that Jennifer was killed.
And where did the children attend school?
New Canaan Country Day.
And you may have said this, I apologize, but what time were you supposed to be picking them up on Friday, May 24th?
So on Friday, I was picking them up like 12:15, 12:30. They had a half day that day, which they usually don't. It's usually they have half days, but it's on Wednesdays. But that day it was on a Friday.
On May 23rd, did Jennifer tell you which vehicle she planned to take to the city the next day?
Yeah, so ultimately she decided that she was just gonna spend the night Thursday, so I didn't need to sleep over. And she told me she was gonna take the Range Rover because she'd only have 4 of the kids, and the Suburban is very difficult to park in Manhattan.
What time did you leave on May 23rd?
So I picked them up and we came back to the house to have Subway sandwiches that I bought them. And I think,
I'm sorry, on May 23rd.
oh, May 23rd, sorry. I left my usual time, probably like around 9-ish.
PM.
Directing your attention now to Friday, May 24th, 2019. Did you receive any text messages from Jennifer's phone on the morning of May 24th?
Yeah.
Just gonna ask that we.
We're going to look at Jennifer's last text messages. This is last proof of life, right? Friday.
And actually, I'm just gonna.
Oh, this is
Just before we
Wednesday.
get to there, I want to just button up. Okay, can you, those are difficult to read. This is where we, I think, left off. If we can just continue on to the next page. This is page 2 of folder 1, text message from Jennifer. So this is now page 2. And directing your attention to Wednesday, May 22nd at approximately 4:59 p.m. You indicated okay to come back. She responds, yes, we'll be back about 6:15, 6:20. I'll explain. And you responded, okay. Was that in between when you took Noel and then returned to take Constantine to practice?
Yes.
Now, directing your attention to page 3, you had indicated to the jury that you had received text messages from Jennifer's phone in the morning. And I want to just direct you to the top, Friday, May 24th at 7:14 a.m. Can you just indicate to the jury what she wrote to you?
Yeah, she said, I took Instagram off so he could use it for a car ride. Petros's iPad is in my bathroom. Petros is bringing a lax stick he has to bring home.
Okay. And so, first of all,
That was her last text.
just for the record, what is Instagram?
Well, a social media app.
Okay. And who had Instagram?
Petros had it when he was not allowed to have it because he downloaded it.
Okay. And so when she's saying I took Instagram off, she's referring to some tablet or computer that
Yes.
Petros had?
Yes.
Okay. And she's indicating he's allowed to have it now?
Yes.
Okay. And what does this mean? Petros is bringing lax sticks he has to bring home.
Yeah, so Petros played lacrosse, so he was bringing the lacrosse stick to school because I think he was playing after school.
So you received these messages in the morning.
Mhm.
What time did you arrive at 69 Wells Lane that day?
I got there, I think it was close to 11.
When you say 11 in the morning,
11 in the morning, yeah.
how did you get there?
I drove my car.
Did you make any stops prior to getting to 69 Wells Lane?
Yes.
Where did you stop?
I stopped at the restaurant chain Subway to get sandwiches.
So she got there about 40 minutes after the crime scene had been, after the perpetrator left the crime scene.
When you got to 69 Wells Lane, how did you enter the home?
Like I always do, so I typed in the code to the middle garage and went through the middle bay.
And then through the mudroom door?
Yes, and through the mudroom door.
Did you notice anything unusual when you went into the garage?
When I went into the garage, yes, the Range Rover was still there and the Suburban was gone when she told me she would be taking the Range Rover.
That's interesting.
Did you see any blood-like substances in the garage or on the floor?
No.
After you walked in the garage, where did you go?
So I enter through the mudroom and I usually put my stuff. She had these cubbies and I put my stuff in the cubby and then I go to the kitchen. So I went in the kitchen.
When you got to the kitchen, did you notice anything unusual?
A couple things, yes.
Tell the jury what you noticed.
So first, her purse was on the floor. It was between the mudroom and the kitchen, like the doorway. It was a big, like, structured purse. And I thought it was just a little odd because it was a really nice handbag and it was on the floor. But I didn't look in the bag, so I just kind of figured she took her phone and her wallet with her to New York. And then when I entered the kitchen, she always had a tea, like in a certain cup with her, and a granola bar. She ate it every morning. It was just part of her routine, and it was there. The tea was still full, and the granola bar was still there. So I thought it was a little strange, but I just figured she was in a rush because I knew she had to get to the city. So I just cleaned the cup of tea, and I put the granola bar away.
As you were cleaning the cup of tea, did you notice the paper towel roll on the countertop near the sink?
Yeah, so the paper towel roll was empty, so I went in the pantry to go grab another one and noticed that there were only 2 rolls of paper towels left, which was odd to me because the night before I just put 12 rolls in there. But again, I thought maybe the kids spilled something and they used a lot of paper towels.
Did you do anything else when you were inside the house?
Yeah, so usually I would go in and I would go in the kids' room and like fix up their beds or put away some clothes. And then after I left to pick the kids up from school.
What time did you pick the children up from school?
I think it was around 12:30.
Sorry.
Like 12:30.
And where did you pick them up?
A New Canaan Country Day.
Which children did you pick up from school?
I picked up Petros, Theodore, Constantine, and Noel because Krishan was going to go home on the bus with a friend and spend the afternoon there because she didn't need to go to the orthodontist.
Where did you take the children once you picked them up?
So we went back to 69 Wells and had lunch.
Did you notice any blood-like substances inside the home while you were having lunch or prior to picking up the children?
No.
Approximately how long did it take to eat lunch?
Like 20-ish minutes. We were pretty fast.
After you were finished eating lunch, what did you do?
The kids went and like got their iPads for the car ride. And I just like cleaned up quickly, put everything away. And then I texted Jennifer because Noelle couldn't find hers. And so I asked, we had like a family iPad. And so I asked if she could take that instead. And then we got in the car and headed to New York.
Did Jennifer respond to your text message?
No,
So what did you decide to do without her having responded?
I just took the iPad. It was a long car ride.
During the car ride, did you try to communicate with Jennifer?
So right before we left the driveway, I texted her our ETA and that we would be at Gloria's. And then I just started driving. And then I texted her when we got to Gloria's.
Did you ever try to call Jennifer?
Yes, after we got to Gloria's around 2:30 and she wasn't there. And I was supposed to meet Jennifer at Gloria's. I wasn't supposed to go to the orthodontist. I was going to be heading back home, but she wasn't there. And so I called her around 4:00.
And when you say Gloria, is just to refresh everyone's memory, Gloria is Jennifer's mom, is that correct?
Yes.
And she resides in Manhattan?
Yes.
And she has an apartment in Manhattan?
Yes.
And that's where you were supposed to meet Jennifer?
Yep.
Had Jennifer replied to either of your text messages
No.
prior to trying to call her?
No, none of them.
If I can just pull those up. So, beginning Friday, May 24th at 12:43 p.m. Hello, we're home and eating. Noel can't find her iPad. Is it okay to take the iPod? Is it okay to take the iPad? And she does not respond, correct?
Yeah.
And then you texted her again, leaving now. ETA is 2:30. And she does not respond, correct?
Yes.
And at 2:30 exactly, you text, just got to Gloria's. Approximately how long after sending that text message did you try to call Jennifer?
I don't remember. I think it was close to that other text message.
No,
meeting
no.
you at the dentist.
And why did you send that message?
Because I hadn't heard from her. So I didn't know if I was I've been to their orthodontist. It says dentist, but it was orthodontist. I've been to the orthodontist before, so I knew where it was and I've brought them. So maybe I was going to meet there because maybe her appointments ran longer. I didn't know.
Did you go to the orthodontist with the children?
Yes, I did.
How did you get there?
We took a taxi.
Did Jennifer meet you at the orthodontist?
No, she didn't.
How were you feeling at this time?
Really bad. The second I called Jennifer, it's like my stomach just sank because she never not answered her phone. So I was really hopeful that she just got caught up with meetings and she was going to be there. And so when she wasn't there, I just came, I was shocked, but also like, okay, I have the 4 kids in front of me. I don't know what to do. So I just put them into their appointments and I I just walked outside and I started to call people that could have heard from Jennifer.
I think she called her friend.
I called my mom, who was trying to calm me down and tell me all these things, that I needed to call the hospitals, 'cause maybe she was in a car accident. And then I called her friends.
And based on those conversations, what did you do next?
Based on those conversations, I got the kids, they finished their appointment. I got them in the cab and I had Noelle bring Jennifer's iPad, or the family iPad, but it was connected to her Google and her Apple ID. And so I decided to bring the kids back to their grandmother's. I went in the cab and I went to her appointment because I was able to pull up her Google Calendar and what appointment she had that day. So I went to one of her appointments.
And were you able to make contact with someone at the appointment, or at the location of the appointment, I should say?
Yeah, they were able to tell me, I just needed to know if she made it. And they were able to tell me that she didn't.
A little bit like
What
Shanann
did
Watts.
you do next?
I called her friends again, letting them know what was happening. And then I decided to take a cab back to Gloria's. And it was from there that myself and Jennifer's friend Laurel called the police.
Which police department did you call?
New Canaan.
Excuse me.
Well, that was definitely a question I
What
had.
information did
Was
you give to the police?
how
What
did
information did this witness give to the police?
it come about that someone called 911, and how come the housekeeper didn't call, the nanny didn't call 911? Well, now we know that she was part of the process
We
of
told the
911 being
police
called.
that a mother of 5 was missing and that she was in a very contentious divorce. And I knew that he had purchased a gun, and so I was afraid. And they were on it right away.
I don't claim that part.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the portion of the testimony that this witness knew Fotis Dulos purchased a gun is stricken. You may not consider it for any reason.
Don't think about what
Did
you
you ever
just
receive any communications
been
from Mr.
told.
Dulos that night?
Yes.
What type of communication?
He called me in the evening.
And did you answer the phone?
No,
Why not?
I was afraid.
Did you eventually speak with him?
Yes.
And can you describe that conversation for the jury?
Yeah. So he called me and I called the police because I wasn't sure what to do. And they told me that he's not a suspect, so you should talk to him because I have his kids. And so I decided just to call him back because I didn't want to like anticipate waiting for the phone call. And so I spoke to him and it was a very weird conversation. He asked how the kids were doing, but like didn't talk about Jennifer or really what was going on, just like saying, oh, this is really weird. And immediately went into that he had a supervised visitation that Saturday. I think because it was a Memorial Day weekend, so he had a day, it was like a special thing, and that I needed to make sure that I left New York early enough that I got the kids to him to New Canaan for his supervised visit. And he was just very adamant, like, Lauren, you have to make sure that they're there. They need me. You need to bring them to me, like, be early. And then the conversation ended.
And did you also exchange text messages with Mr. Dulos that night?
Yeah.
If I could just pull them up, that's folder 2.
I think these are text messages sent Friday night.
And once again, were these screenshots from your phone that you shared with the police department?
Yes.
And you indicated to Mr. Dulos at 9:49 p.m. on May 24th, hello, no updates so far. Laurel is at the police station right now keeping me updated, but they don't have anything yet. They looked around the house, but it all seemed fine. I'm trying to get the kids to get some sleep. You sent that message, correct?
Yes.
All right. And his phone responded, okay, thank you. Please call me first thing in the morning. And then you responded, yes, I will. If I hear anything tonight, I'll let you know. Is that correct?
Yes.
9:49 p.m.
And he responds, okay.
And then a very late text.
Other than the phone conversation that you had with him on May 24th that you've already described for the jury, was your additional communication with Mr. Dulos done strictly through text message?
I didn't have any at that time other than that evening. I didn't talk to Fotis at all.
Well, I'm referring to these messages here that
Yeah.
you're seeing. This was after your telephone conversation with him, correct?
Yeah, it was only through text messaging.
And if we could just continue on to Friday, May 24th at 11:38 p.m., he asked you, still up, any news? And you responded, no news, they're still searching though, got kids to sleep, is that correct?
Yep.
And then, I'm sorry, could you scroll just there? Okay, looks like there's part of a message that's cut off. It says, thank you, are they okay, are they worried? And you responded, they're doing okay. They're worried, but I'm trying to just keep them updated as much as I can to keep them at ease. I'm happy they got to bed. So presumably the children had fallen asleep at this point?
I think I was referring to the night before that they got to sleep.
Okay. And then he responds, okay, I will see you guys tomorrow. And you respond, okay, good night. Is that right?
Yeah.
So when he says see you tomorrow, he's referring to Saturday, May 25th, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that was for his visitation?
Yes.
Were you intending on bringing the children for visitation?
No.
Why not?
I was afraid, and I wanted to keep the kids with myself and Gloria.
Now, on Saturday, May 25th at 5:39 a.m., he texts you GM, which I assume stands for good morning.
Yeah.
Lauren, any news? And you replied, called them at 2:30 and 5:30. No news. They just told me that they're still searching. And he replies, I spoke to an officer at 1 a.m. as well. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And then at 10 a.m., he texts you GM Lauren, again, driving down to NC, which I assume stands for New Canaan.
Yeah.
And then he continues, spoke to Officer Patton. He had no update. How are the children? And you respond, children are doing well, just ate breakfast. And then he asks, are you guys driving to New Canaan? Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you indicate one way or the other whether or not you were driving to New Canaan?
No.
Directing your attention now to the next page. The title is Fotis new phone. At some point, had he reached out to you from a different phone number?
Yes.
And you programmed it in as Fotis new phone?
Yes.
And that's Saturday, May 25th.
So this is him with,
That's
I
pretty
guess, the
early
initial
on.
reach out saying, Lauren, it's Fotis. How are the children doing?
Yep.
And you said kids are doing okay, getting ready to sleep. And he responds, okay, any updates? You said no, not yet. Is that right?
Yeah.
Directing your attention now to Sunday, May 26th at 10:59 a.m. Fotis Dulos' new phone texts you, GM Lauren, how are the children? You respond, they're doing fine. And he asks, is Christiane with you or is she still with friends? And you replied, she's with us. Christiane was the child that you had mentioned you had a sleepover, is that correct?
Yeah.
And how did Christiane come to be with you if she was in New Canaan
Jennifer's friends picked her up.
and brought her to Gloria's?
Yeah.
And then he asks, okay, good, somebody brought her to you. And you replied, yes. He asks, is she okay? You respond, all are fine. He says, okay, thanks. Any update on Jennifer? You didn't respond to that message. Why not?
I just didn't want to.
The garbage
Now-
dumping happened on Friday night.
On Sunday, May 26th, did you see Mr. Dulos in New York?
Yes.
Where did you see him in New York?
He came to Gloria's apartment in Manhattan
How did you see him?
through the window. We saw his car pull up.
And were the police called?
Yes, they were.
Which department responded?
I think it was some precinct, but I don't remember.
The New York Police Department?
Yeah, it was the New York Police Department.
And did you speak with the police?
No, I didn't. Well, in the original phone call to the police.
No, I'm referring to the NYPD.
Oh, when they came to the house, I spoke to them.
Okay, in Gloria's apartment?
Yes.
And did Mr. Dulos ever see the children in your presence that day?
No.
Did there come a point in time when you were asked to review photographs of the garage at 69 Wells Lane?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury when that was?
It was, I believe it was that weekend in Gloria's apartment. The New Canaan police, they came to New York to meet with me and show me pictures.
And I'm just going to show, these were pictures that were taken by the police department. Is that right, Ms. Almeida?
Yes.
Okay. So this is, for the record, this is within State's Exhibit 16. Specifically, this is item number 3. What are we looking at here?
So this would be like where the open bay was, where all their sports stuff was. This shelf in particular was where I kept like their camping stuff and Nerf guns and stuff like that.
Okay. And you had indicated that on Tuesday, May 21st, you had cleaned the garage.
Yes.
Is there anything not visible in this photo that was visible to you on the 21st in this location?
Yeah.
Can you tell the jury what that is?
Those were the camping pillows that they had for their trips.
And where would they have been in this photograph?
They would have been next to the sleeping bags on that second shelf.
Okay. So, and just for the record, there is a shelf
That's missing
and
over
there's
there.
2 sleeping bags underneath on the second level, and they would have been next to those.
Yes.
And if we could pull up item number 4. Oh, what color were the camping pillows?
They were white.
I'm sorry, I didn't interpret that.
They were white.
So what are we looking at here in item number 4 on that disc?
So these are just more shelves in that third bay where we kept like their sports equipment and stuff.
And is there anything not visible in this exhibit that you had seen on the 21st?
Yeah, there was a cleaning bucket that I put on that third shelf, so on the bottom.
And was this the cleaning bucket that you described earlier, the red or white bucket?
Yes.
Wow,
And,
very detailed memory.
Directing your attention to the sponge in the photograph, was that on the floor when you cleaned the garage on May 21st, 2019?
No, it was in the cleaning bucket.
Now, did there come a point in time where you and the children were asked to provide DNA samples to the state police as well as fingerprints?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately when that was?
I would say it was like a week or so after we all went to New Canaan. They had an event at their school that day because they didn't go back to school. We stayed in New York this whole time. But we went to New Canaan so they could be a part of this event, and then went to the police station to give our fingerprints and DNA.
That is lucky.
And have you continued to be the nanny for the Dulos children since May 24, 2019 to the present day?
Yes.
And I think you indicated yesterday that you still live with them?
Yep.
Are you their primary caregiver?
Gloria's their primary caregiver, their grandmother.
Have you seen Jennifer Dulos since May 23rd, 2019?
No.
Have you heard from Jennifer Dulos since those text messages that we saw earlier on May 24th, 2019?
No.
Have a separate moment, Your Honor. I have nothing additional.
Cross-examination.
So it's interesting that
Good morning, Ms. Almeida.
Morning.
It's actually afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So you started working for the Dulos family in 2012?
Yep.
And then you started working for 4 Group in 2013?
Yes.
And that was Fotis's company?
Yes.
Fotis hired you?
Yes.
And the company consisted of home construction?
Yes.
And you worked there in the mornings, either 8:30, 9 o'clock?
Yep.
Until about 2 o'clock?
Yeah, depending on when the kids came out of school.
And during the weekday?
During the weekday, yeah.
And after that, you went to work caring for the Dulos children?
Yes.
The work that you did for Fotis, for 4 Group, at first was administrative work?
Yeah.
You'd go to the bank?
Yep.
Sometimes run errands?
Yep.
And at some point, I think you said it came to you doing some punch lists?
Yep.
And that involved you going to people's houses?
Mm-hmm.
Where you would look at some things that were left undone?
Yes.
Or needed to be fixed?
Yes.
And sometimes you would be responsible for fixing them?
No, not myself.
Okay.
I would be responsible for getting the right person to fix.
And was Pavel Gumieni one of those people who would help you fix those things?
Yeah, but it was mostly like the subcontractors. Like if it was something with the paint, the painter would need to come back in. If it was something with the roofer would need to come back.
Did Pavel ever go with you?
Yeah.
Pavel worked for 4 Group?
Yeah.
Pavel was an employee of 4 Group before you had gotten there in 2013?
Yeah.
And you left in 2017?
Yep.
Pavel still worked for 4 Group after you left?
Yeah.
And when you weren't going to the houses to look at what needed to be done or running administrative tasks, you would work at the office?
Yes.
The office was at 4 Jefferson?
Yes.
And that's also the Dulos home?
Yeah.
So the office was in the home?
Mm-hmm.
So I just want to interrupt to say, can you see how well the defense are doing? They are very organized. The timeline is moving along And just in terms of the feeling of it, they seem to be on the ball. And that's the difference where you have someone presenting a case and then someone else interrupting repeatedly. The one person is able to tell their story and the other person kind of isn't. Can you see how you have just that impression of the one seems to be more skillful? The other thing that the defense attorney has done is she's approached the person. She's a lot closer. She's standing right by the jury, whereas the prosecutor was standing some distance away.
Can you call up what will be marked defendants C? I believe there's no objection, Your Honor. If this
Yes,
can be
I just
solicited.
have a copy of the.
Yep.
So what do you think is going to be the strategy from the defense? Is it to try and undermine the credibility of this witness? Well, they've already suggested a perhaps closeness, a friendship, a relationship, maybe not a relationship, but with someone who worked at the company called Pavel, the guy whose vehicle Michelle Troconis and Fotis Dulos drove around in, and there's supposed to be integral to this case. So are they going to try and undermine her credibility? She's come across as quite credible to us from the as a prosecution's witness. Excuse me, just eaten a banana. Are they going to try and undermine her credibility?
The thumbnails of what she intends on offering. I guess I have no objection to what she's identified for me as defense exhibits C, D, and E, and F and G. So with that.
So is the offer for all of those at this time?
Yes,
C,
Your Honor.
D, E, F, and G?
Yes, Your Honor.
So defense C, D, E, F, G admitted as full.
Can you call up what's number one on yours? And Ms. Almeida, if you could turn around, is this for Jefferson?
Yes.
And the office, can you show, do you mind getting up? Can you show the jury where the office is at Fort Jefferson?
Yeah, so the office would be this whole space up here.
Okay. All right, thank you. And can the record reflect that the witness is pointing to the right side of the image of Fort Jefferson above the garage? So it's all the way at one side, the office is all the way at one side of the house?
Yeah.
And it has its own separate entrance?
Yeah, it does. It would be underneath, like where you pull the car in.
Okay, so you can basically go in through the garage?
Yes.
All right. And Bob, can you pull up what's number 2? This is Defense Exhibit D. Can you tell the jury what that is?
Yeah, so that's the other side of the garage.
Okay.
So once you drive through, that's what you would be facing.
Okay. And did people who worked at Ford Group employees, did they in fact park in that back area that you're looking at?
Yes.
All right. And did you also park in that back area that we're looking at?
Yeah, I did.
All right. Bob, can you pull up number 3, which is Defense Exhibit E? And this view, can you tell the jury, is this in fact looking from the vantage?
Well, I think the significance of the missing pillows might be that the material was used to either soak up the crime scene or mop up the crime scene or both. And it's possibly also, so those pillows, the fabric might be in the disposal evidence, either that material or the fabric of it. You know, this is the office of the Ford Group.
Yeah.
Is it one of the rooms of Four group, one of the office rooms?
Yeah.
All right, and that's above the garage?
Yep.
With its own separate entrance. And did you work in this office?
Yes, I did.
Doesn't
Did
look
you
like much
actually
is
work
going
at
on
this
there.
table or something similar to it at the time back in 2013?
Yeah, I usually sat at that table, and there was a table on this side that I would sometimes sit as well.
And other employees worked there as well?
Yeah.
About 4 or 5, you said?
Yeah.
Was Mr. Dulos, Fotis Dulos, was sometimes there at the office with you?
Oh, yeah.
All right. And he sat at that desk with you?
Yep.
And you worked with him side by side?
Yep.
And you saw him almost daily?
Yeah.
And you had an opportunity to observe him with other employees?
Yes.
Can you call up?
So, sorry, I wanted to ask this question. What is the premise? The premise is, did Michelle Troconis conspire to commit murder, amongst other things?
The room that you just showed.
Okay. And would you also work in this room?
Not usually, because usually that's the room where, like, if he had clients come in, he would use the table there to sit with people and go over things.
So clients would meet at the Far Group office?
Yeah.
And people would come in and out of the office?
Yeah.
Pretty
Hi,
regularly?
Liz, good to see you.
And they would enter through the garage?
So it wasn't like inside the garage. You could get to the office that way, but there was an outside door that you could get. There
An
was a
outside door
stairwell.
that's separate from the
That's separate from the house,
Right?
yes.
People would just go to the office, but wouldn't necessarily walk through the house?
Yeah, yeah.
So people could be there in and out all during the day, but wouldn't at all interact with the people who are inside the home?
Yeah.
You can take that down. Thank you. You
It
talked
truly
about
doesn't.
some other people who had worked at Four, and you said that Pavel was one of them,
Mhm.
and he helped you sometimes.
Yeah.
And there were other people who worked there when you were there from between 2013 to 2017?
Mhm.
I have one moment, please, Your Honor.
I think the defense are going to try and implicate Pavel.
Your Honor, I'd ask that Defense Exhibit H be moved in as an exhibit. I don't believe there's any objection.
That's correct, Judge.
The defense H will be admitted at court.
Bob, can you call up number 6?
They may also try and use the fact that she admits to cleaning.
Ms. Almeida, do you recognize some of the people in this photo?
Yeah.
All right. And on the bottom left, is that a photo of Pavel Gamianian?
Yes.
And he was the worker we just talked about who worked at Ford Group from before you started in
Yeah.
2013, who remained at Ford Group working with Fotis.
Yes.
He worked for Fotis?
Yeah, I think at first he was a subcontractor, and then eventually moved as to employee.
Okay, did he become a project manager?
Yeah.
All right. And he worked closely with Fotis from what you could observe?
Yeah.
And he interacted with him daily?
Yeah.
All right. How about next, obviously the top left, is that a picture of Fotis Dulos?
Yes.
All right, and you recognize him?
Yeah.
All right, and that's how he appeared to you at times between 2013 and 2017?
Yeah.
And next to Fotis Dulos is Guillaume, is it Vitale?
I think.
I'm not sure. Are you familiar with him?
Yeah.
All right, did he work at Ford Group at the time that you worked there?
Yeah.
And between 2013 to 2017, was he there during that entire period of time?
Yes.
All right. How about Stefan Reich?
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Mhm.
He worked at Ford Group?
Yes.
What
So I don't know whether they're trying to implicate any of these co-workers. What would their motive be?
from 2013 through 2017, to your knowledge?
No, I think he left the company when I was there, but I don't recall when.
Okay.
But I think that they still maybe consulted with each other.
You think they kept in touch?
I think so, yeah.
So just bear in mind, they aren't working in the house where she was murdered, right? Jennifer was staying at a rented property somewhere else when she was murdered.
2017, was he still working for Ford Group?
I think so.
How about on the bottom right, that Ben Corbett? Did he work for Ford Group?
He did.
All right. And did he work for Ford Group in 2013 when you were working there?
Yeah, but he was younger. He was still in college. So he's finishing college and he would come back for like summers and breaks and he was helping, not so much like project managing, but like tasks.
They may suggest that because she's admitted to cleaning, or you could say perhaps tidying, that places her at the scene very early on. I'm certainly not saying that. I'm saying they may, the defense may try to use that to their advantage. And who knows, there's possibly her fingerprints there that may help them with their scenario. Anyway, we'll see what it is. Yeah, I mean, that's a very good point. If you look at the contentious divorce and...
For a time, you had a good relationship with him.
I did.
You considered him a mentor?
I did.
All right. So when you left working for Ford Group at the end of your workday, you went and cared for the Dulos children.
Yes.
And while doing that, in that capacity, you had an opportunity to observe Fotis Dulos's and Jennifer Dulos's relationship.
Yes.
And you were able to observe it from when you started in 2012?
Yep.
And you always thought that the dynamic between Fotis and Jennifer was odd?
Yeah.
Early on in your employment?
Yeah.
From 2012?
Yeah.
And it wasn't a typical relationship?
I mean, I'm going based on what I grew up with. So to me, no, it wasn't.
Not like anything you've seen before or dealt with before?
Yeah.
In your experience?
In my experience, yeah.
And early on, we're talking 2012, 2013, he took a lot of vacations.
Early on and throughout.
Early on and throughout.
Yeah.
He took vacations with the family.
Yep.
And he took vacations with you as well as the family.
Yep.
And then he took vacations with just you and the kids.
Yep.
Did he ever take vacations with just the kids?
The two older boys.
Okay. And he also went away quite a bit on his own.
Yes.
From early on.
Yes.
And you didn't know where he was going?
No, early on, no, I have no idea.
You didn't know if it was for business?
Nope.
You didn't know if it was a vacation?
No.
You didn't know if it was a ski competition?
No, I didn't know.
And you didn't know if he went with anybody?
Early on, no.
And you didn't know if he met anybody when he was on vacation?
No.
All right. And you don't know where he went?
No.
And as part of your observation of their relationship, Jennifer seemed to be totally fine with that.
Yeah, it didn't seem to like bother her so much. And again, I was coming from what I believed. He was away a lot. If that was me, I would probably be like, why are you away a lot? But at that time, again, I was just starting and I was there just once a week and I wasn't as close with them as I became to be.
Understood. And you said you went on vacations with the Dulos family.
Yep.
And sometimes you traveled with Fotis alone.
Yep.
Did you go with Fotis, not alone, but alone
With
and
the kids. Yeah, with the kids.
Did you go with Fotis alone and with the kids to Greece?
I did.
All right. And did Fotis introduce you to some women friends of his in Greece?
Yes.
And did you ever go alone with Fotis to Miami?
Yes.
And was that prior to or after March of 2017?
Well, so it was March 2017 was the first time that I was like alone with him and the kids. He would take trips with the two older boys to Miami just by himself.
But March 2017 was the first time you went with Fotis and the kids to the Miami Ski Club?
Yeah.
And you went several times that week that you were there to the Miami Ski Club?
Yeah.
That's a private club?
Yeah.
Members only?
Yeah.
Do you know if Fotis was a member?
He was.
You said he had a boat?
Yeah.
And all the times that you went with Fotis, the kids also went?
Yeah, I was always with the kids.
But Jennifer never went?
Jennifer never went.
That is what I think they're moving towards.
We can pick up the cross-examination after the lunch and recess. We'll take the lunch and recess, ladies and gentlemen, until 2 o'clock. Please do not discuss the case.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All rise. This honorable Superior Court now stands in recess until 2. Please.
2 p.m. That's about an hour. So let me ask you, how do other creators handle this? Do they talk for an hour, or do they just mute their screens for an hour and then come back? Because I want to take my dog for a walk. I need to walk myself. Any suggestions? I've just had a banana, but I'm pretty hungry. The other option is just to end the live right here. I do think we've gotten a lot of material. I can maybe just do a summary video, like a 10-minute summary later on, or we can do a recap tomorrow. So do you think I should just kind of mute the screen and have it play the way Law and Crime are, and then come back in an hour? What do you think? Okay, so there's going to be an intermission, and then we'll see where the defense takes this questioning. Like I say, I can't think that it's going to be anything other than undermining this witness, suggesting that she might be dishonest in a certain way, that she may have some kind of agenda, that she may feel. What's quite interesting is the fact that when she says Michelle Troconis comes onto the scene, the defense are saying, well, you were also alone with him that weekend. It's kind of quite an interesting thing. Okay, so we're going to have an intermission. This little guy is going to go for a well-deserved walk. Tell me, what is this over here? You're going to go for a walk. You want to go for a walk? Huh? Go for a walk. I'm going to take him for a little walk, and I'll see you guys in about an hour. Thanks a lot for mods, especially Terry, Dean, Jelsey, you guys, Sharon, thanks very much. I'm gonna just put up intermission back at 2 p.m. Although it's on that other screen as well. I don't know if intermission is the right word. Let's call it recess. I mean, that is what it really is. Okay. Maria, first super chat of the live. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. See you guys later. Should I mute this? I'm on mute. Thanks for letting me know. 1 minute in, not 10 minutes in. Cotton Star, good to see you. I don't know if you know, because you asked what's going on. What's going on is the housekeeper is about to be, the cross-examination is about to continue. They're likely going to try and discredit her. And possibly more than that, we'll see. I had a little bit to eat. I took my dog for a walk. By the way, walking a dog, for a dog, a cat is like a criminal. It has to be chased. It has to be confronted. It has to be sniffed out and found. For a dog, a cat is definitely the bad guy. It's quite interesting. Looks like we're back. Maybe not. I thought I saw the camera move. I took Timmy for a short little walk, and just shows you how human senses are different to dog senses. I saw from quite a distance away there was a white cat hiding under a vehicle. Bear in mind it's nighttime here in South Africa. It's 9 o'clock at night, and so I can see there's a cat trying to keep completely still, but it's not a very good situation. It's white at night, and I see it from a mile away. I'm waiting to see if Timmy's going to see it, and then of course he did, and then he was off, and the sprint was on. And he was definitely closing in on the cat, but the cat had a strategy, and it won out in the end. It found a nearby wall and did the parkour thing, which dogs can't do. Stephanie, good to see you in chat. I know the last time you got a bit of a head start on us in terms of the case. This time we got a head start on you. Karina from Austria says she's lurking, trying to follow along. Is it, what time is it in Austria? It's 9 o'clock at night here. I'm assuming it's also 9 o'clock there. Or is it 8 o'clock? So I do think a question that's almost unavoidable is she's a very attractive lady, and so surely she had a boyfriend. Who was her boyfriend during this long period? Who was she romantically involved with during this long period? You know, it's definitely a question. Because so far that part of the narrative hasn't been addressed. And I'm guessing the defense are going to address it. Who's the cat's villain? Tough one, because cats don't seem to like other cats. Pretty much everyone else except their master, who isn't really their master, but probably dogs and cats.
Now opening back in session.
There we go.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
Let me hook myself up.
Well, we are not bringing the jury in right now.
Your Honor, if I may, just
Yes.
put something on the record.
Yes.
If I can, Your Honor. When I was en route, myself and Attorney Moran, who is sitting with us from our office assisting in this case, we're en route upstairs. We were on the elevator banks as one of the marshals was bringing two of the alternate jurors back upstairs. When the elevator doors opened, Attorney Moran and myself, when we realized who was inside the elevator, we turned around and immediately walked away. We did not say anything. And the marshal escorting the jurors leaned out and said, "Thanks, Liz. we love you. And the elevator doors closed. So at that point, I immediately came upstairs and informed Attorney Felsen and Attorney Schohorn, as well as the Marshal's service. And I am bringing that on the record now that that exchange happened. No one from the state said anything back. In fact, we walked away quickly when we realized who was in the elevator bank.
Attorney Felsen.
We had some
Attorney Schoenhorn.
discussion about that. I don't think we need to put a lot on the record. I think it was inadvertent. I understand that the marshals are just going to switch. And I think that the only thing that maybe the court should do is at least advise the jury that any comments they hear in the hallway or the elevators about anybody connected to the case should be disregarded. And I think that
what is quite strange when you attend a trial is that you all go into the same building and head to the same room, and in places like restrooms, staircases, when you check in, you often come at very close quarters to family members, lawyers, and sometimes jurors as well. Sometimes you literally have jurors kind of shouldering their way past you. It's quite a strange thing, how close quarters you can be with some of these people when you attend a trial.
Staff or counsel for the defense in the presence of any juror. Now, what has happened today is the court agrees with Attorney Schoenhorn, inadvertent. Attorney Moran is not conducting any cross-examination or direct examination. She is assisting counsel in the presentation of the exhibits. The court is not convinced that the comment from the marshal will lead the jury to, or those jurors who heard it, to opine about the nature of the state's case or the nature of the defense.
What was his comment? We love you, or something like that?
If the comments had concerned perhaps Attorney McGinnis or Attorney Manning and had been of the tenor, we love you, you're doing a great job, keep it up, that's a different story. But as of right now, the court thinks any opinion formed by alternate jurors.
Do you see what I mean by, at times, the whole court thing feels incredibly anal, like small little things take up a shitload of time, worrying about, discussing, and goes on and on and on. Sometimes it's just incredible. But, you know, it's almost like when if you write a book, for example, you have to be anal about details. You've got to pay attention to little things that could be little mistakes, or little mistakes can lead to very big mistakes. So, but it seems like this is not going to be a big issue. I don't know why they didn't just get going.
Clearly hearsay. And I note specifically that we were aware, and the state was aware of our concern about the issue of a mention that at some point Mr. Dulos had purchased a firearm that he then disposed of years ago as part of a divorce case. So when that was said, Your Honor, we tried, Attorney Felsen tried to get this decided so that the witness would be admonished outside the presence of the jury. There are cases such as State versus Onofrio in 179 Connecticut, State versus Girolamo, Girolamo in 197 Connecticut, State versus Williams in 182 Connecticut, where those cases say that evidence about guns, where firearms is not a part of the case, is particularly inflammatory and can have an effect on the jury's judgment.
It's quite an interesting point, because I have to say the gun thing does seem to be not relevant, interestingly enough. So Fotis bought a was it a Sig Sauer or Glock? I think he bought a Glock, and that was during the divorce period, and but it doesn't seem like a firearm was used in the commission of this crime. It's possible that it was, but it's not law enforcement's belief. It's not my belief either. And certainly there were no witnesses that heard anything to that effect. So it's interesting that the defense have now just said something similar, which means it's not part of their case either. I've got to say that whoever committed this crime, it seems quite personal. And so I don't know how you're going to make a case that it was a personal attack based on somebody else. We'll see.
Was allowed to testify about her conversations to the police, which is also, I note, testimonial in nature.
Well, a general motion in limine about marital discord does not lead to this court considering testimony about a...
That's a good point from Terry, is that Jennifer was all too aware that he had bought a firearm, and I must say I would be afraid if my partner bought a firearm within the context of getting a divorce. I'd definitely get quite jumpy. And of course, that is what happened in the Caitlin Armstrong case. In the middle of them having an uncertain, going through uncertainty in their relationship, they bought firearms, and literally within 4 months of buying firearms, someone was dead.
Can bring the jury in.
Okay. That's still being decided. I do think you've got to think about how much blood is being mopped up if you use up 10 rolls of paper towels, right? Think about how much liquid just one roll of paper towels would clean up. Think about 2, 3, 4, 5. Now think about 10 rolls. It's a lot of blood.
Would counsel stipulate to the presence of all of the jurors?
Yes, Judge. Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, it was brought to the court's attention that there may have been a number of you, perhaps the court should say a few of the alternate jurors, who may have overheard a comment from one of the marshals who have been assigned to this case. And that comment was directed towards Attorney Moran, who is sitting behind counsel table, sitting behind attorneys Manning and McGinnis. And that comment was directed towards her, but it...
So what I find a little bit crazy, to be honest, about all of this is what happened here was a marshal, I think, said something like, "We love you, Liz," or something. And jurors heard that, right? Whereas in the Depp versus Heard case, you literally had crowds inside the court and outside the court showing their favor in full view of the jury. So I don't know. I find it a little crazy, to be honest. Which one's acceptable, which one isn't? In the Karen Reed case, when Karen entered the court applauded. And I've been in a courtroom where there's a little bit of rowdiness, and invariably it gets shut down with absolute, it's extremely, extremely strict. If your phone goes off once, you're out of the courtroom. And if it goes off, I guess, a second time, then you can never come back. It's sometimes like that. You're not supposed to talk at all in court. So this whole thing where you can express emotion inside a courtroom, as we've seen, is a little bit bizarre. Some judges are, I think, more lenient than others. I'm simply saying, if you compare, the one that was a civil trial as well, I suppose one's got to also mention that. Maya Roberts, good to see you. Welcome. We've got 200 people in chat. Let's get on with this trial. That is the defendant over there. Her name is Michelle Troconis. She was the mistress of Fotis Dulos, and she's being accused of conspiracy to commit murder, the murder of Jennifer Dulos, whose body has still not been found.
Miami Ski Club is a water ski club?
Yeah.
And it's members only?
Yes.
Private?
Yes.
And Fotis had a membership there?
Yes.
Do you know for how long Fotis had that membership?
I'm not exactly sure.
But Fotis had been traveling down to Miami for some time?
Yes.
Alone?
Yes.
And with the kids?
Yes.
For years?
Yeah.
And Fotis water skied?
Yes.
Competitively?
Yes.
You describe him as very competitive?
Yes.
And not just in water skiing?
With everything.
Everything. Had he been water skiing since when you first met him?
Yeah.
And he taught the kids to water ski?
Yeah.
And they all water skied?
They all water ski, yeah.
Some of them competitively?
Yes.
They had won medals?
Yes.
Did he teach you to water ski too?
He did.
All right. And I think he also taught you how to drive the boat?
Yep.
When you went to the Miami Ski Club in March of 2017, and you met Michelle?
Yeah.
Whoa, what's going on?
Defendants. I changed the numbers a little bit. It's I-1 through I-4, I believe, without the state's objection.
That's correct, Judge.
The defendants I-1 through 4 admitted as full exhibits.
And can you pull up I-4, please? Thank you. Ms. Almeida, do you recognize some of the people in this picture?
Yes.
Is Fotis in this picture?
Yes.
Is Michelle in this picture?
Yes.
And the Dulos children?
Not all of them.
Okay, but some of the Dulos children are in the picture?
It looks like 2 of them.
Okay. And do you recognize Michelle's daughter in that picture?
Yes.
All right. And is that at the Miami Ski Club?
I think so. It's kind of hard to tell.
Do you remember if you took the picture or not?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. But you had been at the Miami Ski Club before?
Yes.
All right. And
I don't really want to show the children, but it is quite a telling picture. You see Fotis, you see Michelle, and they are looking like they're having quite a lot of fun together. Fotis, Michelle, and Lauren. They seem to be having quite a lot of fun. Of course, the children are present in that as well. Okay, let's go back.
You went frequently?
Yeah, the reason for that trip was so that they could water ski.
Okay, so I'm assuming you went every day?
Yeah, we probably went mostly every day.
All right, and you were there for lengthy periods of time?
Yeah.
And Michelle was there several of the times at least?
Yeah.
All right, and she was interacting with Fotis?
Yep.
And the kids?
Yeah.
And they seemed familiar with her?
Some of the kids.
All right, and you observed that? It was in front of you?
Yes.
It wasn't being done in private or in secret?
No.
And I think you mentioned you spoke to Michelle?
Yep.
And she told you that she intended to move to Vail, Colorado with her daughter?
Yes.
Do you know, in fact, whether she did that at any point in time?
I don't know.
Did Fotis water ski a lot?
Yes.
All right. Did you go with him sometimes down to the pond?
With the kids, yes.
Okay. There was a pond in Avon, Connecticut?
Yeah, in Avon.
All right, and he would go down there?
Yep.
All right, and would you ever go with him when he competed?
Yes.
All right, and would the kids go with him and with you when he competed?
Anytime I went with Fotis, it was always with the kids to watch him compete or the kids compete.
Okay. Bob, can you pull up I-1? Do you recognize the people in this picture?
Yes.
All right, and is that Fotis?
Yes.
And is he with one of his children?
Yes.
Was this picture, you did not take this picture, did you?
No, but I know where that picture was taken.
All right, do you know, can you tell the jury when this picture was taken?
Yeah, so we were coming back from a trip, a ski trip. It was around Christmas time, and some of us got on a plane. There was a lot of cancellations and stuff like that, and I wanted to be home for Christmas, so Jennifer, myself, and 4 of the kids were able to get on a different flight because ours got canceled to be back home, and there was only enough seats for all the amount of that was there, and so there were Fotis and Theodore stayed back.
If you look at Lauren's face, there's definitely a lot more tension in it right now. She looks quite kind of worried.
And in this picture, Fotis has very short hair, correct?
Yeah.
All right. Had you ever shaved Fotis's hair?
No.
All right. But you do recognize him in this picture?
Yes.
All right. Bob, can you pull up I-2? This is also a picture of Fotis
Yes.
with one of his children?
Yes.
And even though the date's on there, can you tell or give a sense to the jury if in fact that seems like a picture taken of Fotis and one of...
So I don't really like showing, unfortunately the defense are doing this, I don't really like showing the minors if I can avoid it, because they are innocent victims in this particular case. Some of them are older than they were, but it just seems like they're showing endless family photos. I don't think the prosecution have showed any. They're now showing a black and white photo. Is some time ago. Yeah, I mean, that is the question. What is the relevance?
Miami in March of 2017 for a little while?
When Jennifer went back home?
Yes.
Yes.
And then you returned at some point?
Yes.
Without Fotis?
Without Fotis.
And Jennifer told you that she confirmed that Fotis was having an affair?
Yes.
And she didn't seem surprised?
No.
And she said she wasn't in love with him and hadn't been for a long time?
Yeah.
Jennifer also told you when you were in Florida that she suspected Fotis was having an affair.
Yes, she did.
And you didn't believe her at first.
No.
And you had worked with him for several years before,
Yes.
side by side,
Yep.
and you thought you knew him.
I thought I knew him.
Did you know that Fotis had been married before Jennifer?
At that time in 2017, yes, but it took me some time to find that out.
All right, but you eventually learned that?
Yes.
That he in fact was married before?
Yes.
And he was dating Jennifer while he was still married?
I didn't know the details.
Okay. Did you learn that at some point?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
So before you proceed, counsel, the court has to take a brief recess, not based on anything other than something has been brought to the court's attention. So this is not the afternoon recess, ladies and gentlemen. This is just something the court has to address immediately. So we ask that you return to the deliberation room. Please do not discuss the case.
So I wouldn't be surprised if the issue is the showing of those photos. I really wouldn't be surprised if it is that. As I say, I noticed the prosecution didn't show any photos whatsoever. The photos I've seen on, I think, 48 hours, you see the kids' faces that are, what's the word, smudged out, if that's the word. And here you saw repeatedly pictures of the kids. And, you know, the defense can be so sensitive about things like hearsay. Every time someone says told, there's an objection. And yet so insensitive when it comes to something like that. Anyway, we'll see what the issue is. It might be something else. But personally, I was pretty surprised that because you've got to ask what the heck is the relevance of showing him with the kids. I mean, this is the defense speaking to the nanny, and it's about Michelle Troconis. So it's really not only, I think, irrelevant, but kind of in bad taste. So we'll see what happens. I suppose it could be something else. Any other thoughts on what, in terms of what was just discussed, what could be an issue? Now, what I think has been quite interesting in terms of the trial day today is nothing was brought up in terms of that incident where Fotis apparently tried to run over Jennifer. I think that happened in September 2017. And you kind of get the idea that it was established before today that was off limits, that was like a bad act thing. I can't help thinking, I probably would have been a natural prosecutor. I can't help thinking, couldn't there be some way that you could legally bring that, because I think it's so important, bring that evidence into the trial narrative? And I'd need to speak to a very experienced lawyer to get the answer to this. But what I would do is say something to the housekeeper or the nanny, like, what, in your opinion, was the most significant event that year, but in terms of the couple, what event was the most, let's say, I don't know if you can say disturbing, but what event stood out the most? And you've got no idea what she's going to say. She might say something else, but I can't imagine that she wouldn't say, she wouldn't mention that event where Fotis nearly killed Jennifer. And another possibility is if you are stepping over that line, then step over it and have the judge say that's stricken from the record, but put that thought at least in the jury's mind. You might say that that's not professional or not ethical or something like that. I don't know. I find it an extremely important milestone, very close to the event. And so I think if you say something like, we saw Fotis at the property 2 days before, you can say something like that, but you can't say that he almost killed her on another occasion in a car using a vehicle. I just find that a little bit bizarre. This is a murder trial after all. I mean, it's a criminal case. So why are we not addressing that? There's possibly a third way you could bring it about, which is just you talk about the events of that day, and then you find something that is relevant on that day, and then you mention whatever, that the car was damaged or that, I don't know, something. But I sort of feel like maybe they decided between themselves, and you sometimes do have this between lawyers, that they will negotiate between themselves what is common cause, and then also what is what they'll leave in and leave out. In the Oscar Pistorius case, there were some incredible aspects that were simply not spoken about during the trial. And again, you really felt like there was a negotiation, like a quid pro quo. I won't talk about that if you don't talk about that, kind of thing. I thought the defense started off very well. I thought they got the timeline going. I thought they started off very well. But now it's in tatters, that whole thing. Well, I appreciate that. I used to watch LA Law, and that made me want to become a lawyer. Of course, I wanted to become probably a lawyer in California. I think I might have enjoyed that. Well, it's taking quite a long time to. Judges cleared the courtroom. Now, I wonder whether it could be something else. Like, remember in the Murdoch case, there was a bomb threat. Remember that? When they say judges cleared the courtroom, well, I know the jury's left. Has he gotten everyone out the courtroom? Okay, so since there's some time to waste, I guess, let me tell you a little bit about my legal journey, where I was going to become a lawyer. I studied law, like to become a lawyer full time, and did fairly well. I studied Roman law. I studied Roman Dutch law. What else did I study? Private law, family law. You had to do additional subjects that were sort of ancillary to the law degree, such as you had to study languages. You had to study English. You had to study Latin at the time. And funnily enough, there were probably 2 or 3 things that made me decide to stop that journey. So although I changed degrees, I continued studying law, and I ended up studying criminal law and commercial law and Was there another one? I studied private law and family law as well, but the things that made me decide not to become a lawyer were, crazily enough, I read the book The Rainmaker, and if you remember the plot of that book, it's a book by John Grisham. If you remember the plot of that book, at the end of the whole thing, this junior lawyer's just passed the bar, wins his case against Great Benefit, but Great Benefit, this big insurance company, wires all the money to somewhere else, and although they win the battle, they sort of lose the war. They are still sort of tricked by this insurance company. Funny enough, I'm in a battle with the insurance company right now, where I took out COVID insurance, got COVID when I was in America, and they've been insisting on like a paper trail like that you cannot imagine, like every single possible document that they've wanted me to provide them with, and I have, and they just keep sort of throwing another hurdle in front of you. But anyway, that book, The Rainmaker, at the end of that, the main character decides he doesn't want to become a lawyer. He sort of sees it as kind of a sleazy profession, a profession where truth and justice isn't really. If you're sincere about truth and justice, don't become a lawyer. That seems to be the message in that. And that message kind of resonated with me in terms of that narrative. And then also I was speaking to quite a few lawyers, and they'd quit being lawyers and they were now just doing something else. And you got the impression that they hated being lawyers. And that definitely had an impact on me, that people who were lawyers stopped being lawyers. And then the third thing was, it was in the mid-90s in South Africa, and South Africa then was not a moral powerhouse. So, like trying to bring justice in your community when the larger country was like a moral backwater. And if anything, it's only gotten worse since then. You might say, isn't that what your country needed, is a force for good in the legal sense? And the answer is maybe. On the other hand, you can also just be completely, what's the word? Almost like vomited out, because you on a treadmill that's really going nowhere. So it just seemed a little bit pointless trying to bring the whole legal thing, but in a sincere and authentic way, to a situation that was so fraught with deceit, betrayal, criminality, and so on. And that's kind of how I felt about it. For better or for worse, was I right in my decision? I don't know. What I have seen since then is a lot of even American lawyers go on to just write books. It seems like the end of the road for any lawyer, and almost every lawyer, trial lawyer, is they get a very big case, they write about it, and they either retire or that's sort of the zenith of their career. Whereas I've gotten to write over 100 books without having to get a law degree, and lawyer kind of constantly. Well, this is quite a long break. In South Africa, there are also lawyers that get murdered fairly frequently. Like when I was covering the Van Breda case, I can think of at least one lawyer in Cape Town that got killed murdered. Is the audio on?
That's right, that would be the.
Are we on the record, Madam Monitor? The court indicated before it took that brief recess that it had to address a matter. And the court has to address that matter at this time, which has nothing to do with the merits of the case. The court was informed previously that one of the marshals had, in the presence of two of the jurors, rendered a complimentary remark to
So that's what
Attorney
it's
Ms. Moran
about.
outside of one of the elevator banks. And that complimentary remark was that, according to what was reported to the court, we love you. But the attribution to the marshal was an incorrect attribution. The court has now learned that it was not the marshal who said, we love you to Attorney Moran, but it was one of the jurors.
Oh, oh no.
That is cause for the court to have to bring in that juror to determine whether those remarks were made. And if those remarks were made, then that juror may have to be dismissed.
This is quite serious.
But first, we will ask Mr. Christian Alvarado to just take the stand so that we can understand what the nature of those comments were as he heard them. The court should also indicate that when the juror is brought in, there will be no video
You see how strict things are
coverage
in a
of
real
that,
court?
no still photo coverage.
You
of
don't
that.
show bias.
And we would ask both the videographer and the photographer to wait outside of the courtroom when that juror is brought in. Madam Clerk.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give regarding this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Just state your name.
Christian Alvarado.
Thank you. Marshal Alvarado, you may be seated.
So he's a witness to this
Marshal Alvarado, the court
interaction.
will just draw your attention to the
No, it won't be a
time before
mistrial.
we
It won't be a mistrial.
We took our lunch and recess, and you were in the presence of at least two jurors after the court had recessed. Can you tell the court what happened and what you heard?
I was on the elevator coming back from lunch with the two jurors, and it made a stop on the second floor. Attorneys Moran and Manning tried to get on the elevator. They turned back around. And in the midst of that, I said, thanks, Liz. And the juror ultimately kind of stuck his head out and said, we love you. The door closed, and then we went on our way.
Now, was that juror's comment directed towards Attorney Moran?
I believe so, yes.
And how many other jurors were present when that comment was made?
Other than him, just one more.
And was there any other marshal with you when those comments were made?
Just me.
Was there anyone who was not a marshal or a juror close enough to hear those comments?
Not that I could see from my point of view.
Okay. Thank you. You may step down.
So they're probably going to bring that alternate juror in.
Yes.
Or is it two or one?
Now, what the court is going to do at this point is call that juror in. The cameras need to go off. And we ask the videographer and the photographer to step out of the courtroom.
Okay, well, I don't need to mute it because it's gone mute. Okay, so the issue wasn't the showing of the kids in those photos. In a way, I must say, I would have imagined that you may have had an objection from Gloria, but they were quite old photos, I guess. It is quite serious when I must say, when they first said it, it sounded to me like the sort of thing the juror might have said. Why on earth would the marshal say, "We love you"? The marshal, you wouldn't really imagine that the marshals would be fans necessarily of particular lawyers. But anyway, it also doesn't sound like the thing a guy would say to, anyway. And so he did say something like, "Have a good day," or he said something, and then the juror added something to that. So that's, I guess, what's happened. So I do agree with what someone said earlier. They'll probably get rid of that particular alternate. And I'm not sure if they will do anything beyond that. There's already another alternate. Does it matter if that alternate heard what was said? That's another issue potentially. Maybe not. They heard something, so what? They didn't say it. So the one who said it, probably they do need to let go of. I don't know whether they really need to have more than another alternate. I mean, it's interesting that it happened with an alternate juror, not an actual juror. So I can't imagine that this would take too long. It would basically just be, "Did you say that?" "Yes, I did." "Okay, thank you, you may leave," kind of thing. I don't think it's going to take too long. But if you think about it in terms of how serious is this, it's an alternate juror, and it's not the actual lawyer who's presenting evidence. So it's kind of peripheral to the trial. Not that it's totally unimportant, but it's not absolutely central. But I do agree, it is quite a waste of time, this. I don't think she is particularly well known. I don't think so. Someone says there's probably a camera in the elevator. That's an interesting point. What would definitely be of concern is if I was the defense, I would look into this. If there's cameras showing nearby other jurors that might have been nearby, then you could kind of have grounds possibly for a mistrial. In other words, if a lot of jurors heard something. I don't know, to me, it doesn't come close to that level. It's someone said something, and that person is the problem. If someone makes a comment that shows support for someone, I don't know whether you can say that is suddenly like hypnotized the entire jury. That's why I also say if you compare this to Depp versus Heard, where there's so much obvious support for Johnny Depp in the courtroom, it's a very different standard of strictness. This is a criminal murder trial, whereas that was a civil trial. That's true. That's true. Even the gallery, you're supposed to keep your mouth shut. And I think that is something that is a little bit not appreciated because people don't spend enough time in court. Courtrooms, there's decorum, right? And some people, I think, take the spirit of true crime, where you belong to this team and you support that person, right? They take that into the courtroom, and it's just not something that belongs in a courtroom. A courtroom needs to be dry. It's kind of like a little bit like I am, or can be. It can be. It's a very dry, humorless, scientific kind of regurgitation of information in a chronological, systematic, scientific way, right? It's not rah, rah, rah. We definitely do learn. We do learn. Someone says, why did they clear the courtroom? The answer is during the lunch break. I think we're back. During the lunch break, there were, I think there's a marshal escorting two alternate jurors to wherever they had to go. And when the elevator door opened, they saw some of the prosecutorial team. And when the marshal said something like, he gave a little bit of a greeting, the one juror sort of stuck her head out and said, "We love you, Liz." That's the problem. That's the thing. That is quite a good point. That is quite a good point. Did she mean we, as in just me, or more than that? In a way, how can I put this? I suppose we can speculate on this, but in a way, it does seem to show how far ahead of the case some of the jurors' thoughts already are, which is, and it shouldn't be, but she's guilty. I'm on the side of the victim, whatever, and that shouldn't be the case. You should have a neutral position. You should be trying to maintain a psychology of innocent until proven guilty, right? You only decide that it's proven at the very end of the whole thing, not somewhere along the line. And that is something that's also totally different to true crime. I remember when I was writing books on the Oscar trial, where people said, how dare you even think about the case? Leave it to experts, leave it to professionals, and let's find out in court. That's how things used to be not that long ago, where there was incredible respect for the legal process and zero, just like this trial is sub judice. You don't think about the trial, you don't talk about the trial, you don't speculate about the trial. And of course, in modern social media, that's exactly what everybody does. And I often, although I feel like I've got the training to speculate in a way that's ethical, I often hear people saying unambiguously that someone's guilty. It's actually defamatory. That someone's guilty, or let's give Rex Heuermann as an example. A statement like he definitely killed all those other women as well. That's actually a legally loaded statement to make. You making an unambiguous statement of fact. Well, if you aren't able to prove it, you can be sued for defamation. If you say, for example, Rex Heuermann definitely murdered Shannon Gilbert as well, I don't believe that's true. But if you make that statement as a statement of fact, before the trial, before the evidence has been led, while there's still this presumption of innocence, if somebody catches that statement and they can identify you, you can be sued for defamation. something that's not really, I think, acknowledged enough on social media, especially in true crime. That's a very colloquial way of expressing what's just happened. Well done. Alini, good to see you here. Oh, it's too bad that we hear that you're sick. This is quite a long thing that's going on. I mean, it's been about 10 minutes already. Now, one can only speculate that she may have said, yes, there were other jurors right next to me. And so are they going to be interviewing those as well? We'll see. I appreciate that. Thanks, Sherry. One thing that is my pet gripe in a courtroom is it's so hard to hear. And one thing that they've definitely, I don't know if you've noticed this, I've got the sound on not even full. It's on about 60%. And it's really quite loud. So they definitely improved the sound quality on day 3 compared to what it was on day 2 and day 1. But I'm talking about when you're in the court, the acoustics are usually quite terrible. And there's no reason for that. You can put a microphone on someone's podium, you can put a microphone over there, and you've got speakers all over the place. And in the same way that we're hearing the trial via a broadcast, the people in the courtroom could do the same, right? Instead of hearing, it's like when you had a music concert, you're not really hearing the singer's voice, the raw acoustics of the singer's voice. The raw acoustics are being amplified in that theater. They should be doing the same thing in courtrooms. It's just, to me, so pathetic that in almost every single trial, you'll hear someone say, "Can you please speak up?" You shouldn't be needing to tell someone to speak up. All you need to do is adjust the volume of the microphones. That's what you need to be doing. You shouldn't be saying to anyone to speak up. And I just find such dumbness in an otherwise sophisticated environment quite pathetic. This kind of thing reminds me a little bit of the of Durst in the Jinx. Do you remember that, where he said he had a hot mic on, and it was right at the end of the whole production, and he went into the restroom, and as I say, had this mic on, and he said something like, "I killed them all, of course," and that basically sunk his legal prospects. It was as a result of just that little slip that he went on trial for murder and ultimately lost. And I must say that was, to me, one of the most disappointing trials I've ever seen, where I thought that should be the trial of the century. He was essentially possibly a serial killer who actually got away with it for most of his life. And nobody cared. A lot of people said he's so old, but that's the point. It was the fact that he was a clever criminal that also made very stupid mistakes. And ultimately, the stupidest mistake of all got him into trouble. Talking. Do you remember? He used to mumble to himself. This kind of thing people who are quite lonely and people who are often on their own sometimes do. And that's what he did. That's so true. I think it was Lisa Wilson said to me, you know, when you have jurors effing up trials, and arguably a juror in the Casey Anthony case effed up that trial. Arguably a juror in the Jodi Arias case effed up that trial. You think that maybe jurors should have prescribed minimum training. Yeah, it was pretty jaw-dropping. What's the other thing I want to mention? When you sit in court, I was in a Texas court in was it the first 2 weeks or so in November, and you sitting there, and you see what the cameras don't see. You see the jurors, and you see that they are normal people. Some of them are very overweight. Some of them are very alert and perky. Some of them seem kind of mischievous. Some of them are chewing gum. Some of them have got notes with them, notepads and notes. Some of them are leaning forward, and you can see that they are like the nerds of the jury pool. You know, they like definitely, it's either the jury foreman or the, I don't know, whatever, but like the leader of the jurors. And then some seem totally disinterested. That they either look like they're about to fall asleep, or they look like they're more interested in the gallery than the trial. And that I often think the level of narrative that the prosecution are trying to bring about, and the level of narrative that the defense are trying to bring about. They are lawyers lawyering, but it's a totally different level of narrative that is accessible to the jury. And I think they often forget that, especially when it's DNA evidence, and you sort of feel like that the jury need to be kept awake, kept interested, and be told something that they can understand. And I often feel like prosecutors and defense lawyers fail on all three of those. I thought Creighton Waters in the Murdoch trial did pretty well in telling an accessible, interesting story. My only criticism is that it was somewhat long-winded. But I think it's very difficult in a case like that spans like over a decade and hundreds of crimes to keep it manageable. Looks like the trial is back. I just saw the camera move like that. And I remember when I was a teacher teaching English in South Korea, I felt like my number one priority is not boring these kids to death. If I'm giving them a lesson and they're falling asleep, then it doesn't really matter how on point the lesson is, it's a failure. And I remember I had a colleague who was a lot older than me, and he said in a very huffy way, "I am not an entertainer." And I thought that's exactly where you're wrong. You have to be an entertainer. You've got to strike that balance between being, if not entertaining, interesting and informative, right? And I've got to be very careful when I apply this to true crime, because if there's anyone that can't stand these entertaining true crime creators, it's me. Like, true crime isn't, I don't think it should be about entertainment. Somebody died, this is high profile true crime involving serious crimes like murder. Somebody lost their life, someone shed blood, experienced a lot of pain. There's trauma associated with the victim's family, and you're going to make funny facial expressions and whatever to the amusement of your audience. And it's exactly that kind of spirit that this juror is showing. You're not really treating it with the kind of respect that it's due, that it's supposed to have. So it's kind of a very fine line in terms of inside the courtroom. It's got to be interesting, but yeah, it's got to be interesting, but not to the point that it's theatrical. And then also it's got to be factual, but not to the point that you're putting people to sleep, if that makes sense. Yeah, well, that's definitely true. That's definitely true. That's the trick. That's the trick. I remember when I lived in South Korea, I would sometimes give these poor kids, they went to school 5 days a week, and then they'd have extra classes on top of that, and then they'd even have classes on weekends. And I remember giving them a lesson. I'd go to their apartment, and their parents would be there, and I'd give them the lesson, and you could just tell that this kid just can't stay awake. And that made it so challenging, was trying to educate while trying to keep someone awake. I think Terry's right. You're probably getting a lot of talk from the defense lawyer right now. Where the wind blows, I'm not sure we can forgive you for being this late. I'm not sure if that's gonna. Can we forgive where the wind blows? I mean, there's so much has been happening the last 10 minutes. Yeah, and I think the O.J. Simpson jury is another very interesting jury. I don't think they were from that area. You know, he was from what's that neighborhood? I should know. I wrote a trilogy of books on it. Doesn't start with a B, but a very privileged neighborhood, mostly white people, and then his jury, the jury that acquitted him were mostly African Americans who I think lived in LA, right? What is the suburb that OJ was from? Brentwood. There we go. Like, I'm ashamed that I couldn't remember that, because I've actually been to Brentwood. I've actually stood right in front of his house, driven through there, gone from there to Santa Monica. So, you know, I should remember that. And I wrote 3 books on the O.J. Simpson case. Wow. This is going to go on more than another 10 minutes. I think I'm going to shut down. By the way, I want to thank whoever gave me the super chat of about $6. You bought this can of Red Bull. Thanks. Zircon says, I saw the photo. Zircon, you're a member, right? Because it's members that tend to see that sort of thing. So I don't know how long this conversation is going to take, but let's start it off anyway. Any ideas for if I return to America in the next couple of months, where should I go and what should I do? So obviously I've got in mind the Koberger trial. That'll be 6 weeks in June. 6 weeks in June. So I'm conscious of it. I sort of feel like I've done this quite a few times. I sort of feel like I want to just pop my head into the trial, maybe attend 4 or 5 days. And whenever I do that, I feel bad that I wasn't there longer or that I'd been there all along. But in terms of the Koberger trial, I also feel like popping in there, maybe attending a week. It would be very interesting if he testifies. I wonder, do you think he will? Do you think Koberger will testify? But beyond that, where should I go in America? And I personally, I think, like to go to Florida because I've written 2 books on the Casey Anthony case. I'd like to go to the area where Brian Laundrie disappeared and just have a look at the Laundrie home. Just out of curiosity, if you're in Florida, go and look at that area. I might go to the area where Gannon Stork was found because it's also the Florida area. I'd like to go to Georgia and eat some peaches. I don't know if they'll be in season when I'm there, though. Probably won't be. I watched an episode of Reacher where he's given, I think it's peach pie, and it made me just feel like I want to have some peach pie in a diner in Georgia. But let's have a look at some of your suggestions. Yeah, Chad Daybell's trial may be postponed. Pryor has quit. So I don't think Chad's fortunes are looking too great. First week of June for Georgia, Peter. So I might leave the Koberger trial to go to Georgia. Yeah, I must say I'm definitely thinking about that, covering the Karen Reed trial in Massachusetts. The only thing that I'm concerned about is there's such a big kind of audience, like fans of Karen Reed, that I don't know if I went there, if I would get in. Because it seems like she's got like a rent-a-crowd thing going on there. At the same time, I sort of feel like I'd like to see that. Like, I don't think what's going on there is right, and I'd like to cover that. Who knows? Maybe my mind will change while I'm there. Who knows? Then Lippy says, go to Pennsylvania. Maybe. One thing that I think I may do differently is I typically, looks like we're back, the camera's moving. For the past couple of times when I visited America, I've spent some time in Manhattan, and I think the next time I go there, I'm going to just land and get out of there. I don't know, we'll see. I've got some friends in the area, so maybe when I come back, I'll spend a bit more time. Well, Chicago right now, I saw a photo of Chicago and it's like totally freezing. So I'm not sure if that's in. Cover Karen Reed, yeah. Someone says I must go to Brooklyn. I'd like to go to Washington as well. I'd like to go to, where did Rocky run up those steps? It starts with a P. Philadelphia. I'd like to go there. Thanks a lot, Margaret. Appreciate it. Freezing in Connecticut. Okay. It's very warm where I am. In fact, I'm wearing like a long sleeve shirt, but it's very warm. I must say tonight is cooler than usual. What is CACA? You mean California? Oh, I still haven't been to the Sequoia National Park or Yosemite. I'd like to go to those places, but they're apparently extremely busy. So I'm not sure if I will do that. I need to pick up a book on the Idaho murders from Stephanie. Yeah, that's something else I haven't been able to do is go into the south of Yellowstone.
Honorable Superior Court
Oh,
is
there we
now
are.
open in docket session. Good afternoon, Your
I haven't shared that yet, no.
Make the record as to what has transpired. It was brought to the court's attention when we began our afternoon session that there were some comments made by what was believed to be a marshal that was heard by some jurors who were sitting on the case. It was later discovered that it was not the marshal that made those comments. It was one of the jurors who made the comment. Now, the comment was directed towards, as the court understands it, at least one person, Attorney Elizabeth Moran, who is one of the assistant state's attorneys who was assisting the state in the presentation of exhibits. The comment made by one of the elevator banks in the presence of another juror and one of the marshals, or the marshal that was involved, was that we love you, directed at least to Attorney Moran. Upon learning that the comment was made and that it was made by one of the jurors, the court conducted an inquiry calling that juror to the courtroom and having that juror sit in the jury box. And the court asked the juror if he made such comments, and the tenor of the response was yes. The comment was directed at both Attorney Moran and Attorney Manning. And the court indicated to the juror that it can easily be perceived that the comment made to at least Attorney Moran can be an endorsement, an opinion about the strength of the state's case, and that he at this time was favoring the state's case. The court explained to the juror that the appearance
That's a big no-no.
there was a favorable opinion of the state's case indicates to this court at this time that it would be difficult to proceed with him seated as a juror because the impartiality and fairness of that juror can reasonably be questioned.
Yeah.
That was juror number 420. The court dismissed the juror. The court then asked that the juror who was in the presence of that juror, who also heard the comments, to be seated in the jury box. The court asked that juror if those comments were discussed with anyone else, that is, anyone on the jury. And the response was no, and the court asked if those comments were heard by anyone other than himself, juror 399, and of course, juror 420, and the response was no.
Okay, that's good.
Because the inquiry involved an inquiry of jurors, the court maintained its supervisory authority not to have that portion of the proceeding recorded, either by video or by audio, other than the court reporters taking of the audio of the proceeding. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge.
We can bring, well, let's bring the jury back in. Well, we can bring the witness in first, and then we'll bring the jury in.
So it looks like they dismissed the one juror. The juror made that remark, and I agree with that. And it looks like they didn't dismiss the other juror, and I agree with that, although I think that could have been a lucky escape. Especially if they had discussed anything, that could have been it for that juror. It is what I predicted. You dismiss that juror and you just continue. You don't really need to do any more. I just don't know why it took, what was it, half an hour to do that. Anyway, yeah, we are. Shame. She's having a very long court day, much longer than it needs to be. Although she's probably relieved because she's being subjected to quite pointed inferences from the defense. And so at least she's getting a chance to kind of gather herself. I don't know if you've noticed the female attorney is kind of venturing into language that sort of feels innuendo-y. So she'll say things like, oh, and you and Fotis were alone, right? So she's established that she was with Fotis and the kids, and two of the kids, but she keeps saying over and over again, and so you were alone with Fotis, yes. If I was the witness, I would say every single time, no, I was with the kids, and etc.
Close something out. And if I had asked you already, and I'm repeating it, I apologize, but maybe I missed it. I think you said at some point in time, you did not know that Fotis had been married previously. Did at some point you learn that?
I learned it at some point.
Okay. Do you remember when you learned that?
It was a few years after working for Jennifer and Fotis.
Okay.
Quite a long time.
It was before 2017?
Yes.
All right.
That's quite a long time to be misled.
And
right?
did you learn that he was still married when he was with Jennifer?
I'm just going to object, Tron. Asked and answered, calls for hearsay.
Well, the question was, what heard the word believe?
Hey, Iceland, good to
that
see
he was
you.
still married.
Are you in Oregon at the moment, Iceland?
So the court did not catch the phrasing. Attorney Felsen, would you phrase the question again as you stated it?
At some point, did you learn that Fotis was still married while he was dating Jennifer?
Same objection, Judge.
Well, did you learn that Fotis was still married while he was dating Jennifer? And the objection is?
Well, it's twofold. One is that she's already answered this question, so it's asked and answered. And then my second objection is that it calls for.
So I don't know what the defense case is going to be. I don't know, but I would imagine either they've got dirt on this witness or they don't. If they do have dirt on the witness, then I think it might be things like texts. And we'll see. We know that the prosecution have shown a couple of texts. We'll see if there are any fielded by the defense.
She was going to leave. She asked you to go with her?
It wasn't it wasn't that night when I got back, no.
Okay, but it was shortly after that.
A few weeks after.
And you said yes?
Yes.
And you gave notice to Fotis that you were quitting for group.
Yes, I did.
But you didn't tell Fotis that why you were quitting, right?
No.
And the plan was for Jennifer to move out of Fort Jefferson?
The plan with myself or the plan with like that? her
Just
and
with
Fotis?
Jennifer to move out?
Yeah, her plan was to no longer live at Fort Jefferson.
Okay, and to leave without Fotis knowing that she was going to leave?
She was gonna let him know after she left. So, yeah.
So she was going to leave without him knowing that she left. And she was going to take the children without him knowing that she was going to take the children.
Yes.
And she told you not to tell, obviously, Fotis, right?
Yep.
You had testified to some, there was tension in the house, right?
Yeah.
Between, I would say, when you got back from Miami and then when Jennifer moved out.
Yeah, so like the months prior to her leaving.
All right. And there was also some tension between you and Fotis, where Fotis had yelled at you.
Yes.
In 2017.
Well, the tension with Fotis and myself didn't really start until after, well, the day I left with Jennifer.
Okay. So from about June of 2017, for at least that month, there was some tension?
Probably a few months after that.
All right. And you had testified that you saw him here in court?
I did.
It was in this courthouse?
Yes.
And he approached you?
He did.
And he was angry?
Yes.
And then his personality shifted and he appeared to be reasonable?
Yes.
And he also had approached you once at the pond, I think, and had been yelling at you?
Yes.
And then suddenly switched and became very reasonable?
There were several times in which he yelled at me, different occasions of drop-offs.
And then his personality just shifted?
Yeah.
And those were in 2017?
Yes.
And because of that, you had indicated to Jennifer that you no longer wanted to have contact with Fotis?
Yes.
So between 2017 to 2019, you had very little contact with Fotis?
Yes.
All right, you didn't go to Fort Jefferson?
No.
You didn't know who was living at Fort Jefferson?
No.
You didn't talk to Fotis on the phone?
There might have been a few occasions. They were going to a family systems therapy where I would do some drop-offs, but that was more controlled. So occasionally I would do that. But there was never really any like calls or texts between Fotis.
Okay, so for 2 years, other than those few times, you really had no interaction with him?
No.
So I'm going to fast forward now to 2019, to May of 2019. You were still working for Jennifer?
Yeah.
And Jennifer was living in New Canaan?
Yes.
At some point, she moved to 69 Wells?
Yeah, she originally moved to 153 Chichester, which was in New Canaan. And I think it was a year she moved to 69 Wells Lane.
And when she was at 69 Wells, you were working, doing childcare?
Yes.
And you were helping organize the house?
Yes.
In May of 2019, were the Dulos kids and Jennifer living at 69 Wells?
Yes.
And in May of 2019, did Fotis have supervised visitation with the children?
Supervised, yes.
And that was on Wednesdays?
Wednesdays. And if it was agreed upon other days, for like that Memorial Day weekend, he was supposed to have a visit on Saturday, but that's because it was agreed on before. So there was some flexibility if the supervisor and Jennifer, they all agreed.
All right. And you're talking about the Saturday of Memorial Day weekend?
Yes.
All right. So the Wednesday before it, let's go to the Wednesday before it. That was May 22nd?
Yep.
And did Fotis have scheduled visitation with the kids on that Wednesday?
Yes.
And it was through a court-ordered supervisor,
Yes,
and that court-ordered supervisor would be present when Fotis met with the children
yes,
and spent time with them. And that had been happening for many weeks prior.
yes.
That Wednesday, May 22nd,
So I don't want to jump the gun here, but there doesn't seem to be any. I would have thought if there was, as I call it, dirt, if there were texts, that would have been brought up by now, because she's already now at the May 24th part of the timeline. So I don't think there's anything that the defense have on this witness. But let's see.
Fotis had a supervised visitation with the kids,
Yes,
and it ended up being at 69 Wells.
not the whole visit,
But part of it was at 69 Wells.
part of it.
And Jennifer had agreed to your understanding to allow him to be outside in the backyard at 69 Wells.
Yes,
Right. You didn't want to be there?
No.
And you weren't there while Fotis was there?
No.
So you didn't see Fotis interact with the kids that night?
no,
And you didn't see Fotis interact with the supervisor that night?
no,
And you didn't see Fotis interact with Jennifer that night?
no.
So that's Wednesday, May 22nd. Thursday, May 23rd, you worked a regular schedule?
Yes,
You were in the house?
yes,
And I think you had mentioned that that Thursday you had emptied out paper towels into the pantry,
yeah, the evening before I left that Thursday.
and there were several of them.
12.
There's a package of 12.
Yeah, it was the big packs.
Is there more than one pantry in the kitchen, or is there just one main pantry?
One main pantry.
And is that the pantry where food is also stored?
Yes.
And the kids' water bottles?
Yep.
And there's no other pantry, just that one?
There's like cabinets and stuff, but the food pantry was just that pantry. Yeah.
Okay, and the paper towels went in that pantry?
Yep.
All right. Now, May 24th is that Friday before Memorial Day. You had indicated that Fotis had scheduled visitation with the kids for that weekend?
That Saturday.
Okay, did he also have it for Sunday?
I don't remember.
All right. And that would have been through the courts
Yes.
by agreement?
Yes.
That Friday, you got to 69 Wells at about, did you say 11 a.m.?
Yeah, around there. I don't know exact.
And you didn't expect Jennifer to be home
No.
because she had plans to be in New York?
Yep.
And you understood that she had doctor's appointments in New York?
Yes.
And you were going to meet her in New York later in the afternoon
Yes, I was gonna meet her at her mom's.
after you picked the kids up from school?
Yes.
That Friday, they had a half day
They had a half day.
because of the Memorial?
So I don't know what you guys are thinking, but at this point, I'm thinking this feels like a whole lot of nothing. Isn't this supposed to be a cross-examination? So what's being disproved? Like what so far has really been disproved or challenged? I don't really get it.
3 of them were closed,
Yes.
and you remember that?
Yes.
And you used the keypad to get in that morning? And that keypad is only for the middle bay?
Yes.
All right, and when you opened it, you saw that the Range Rover was parked in the middle bay?
Yes.
And that was not what you were expecting?
Yes.
Because you had expected that Jennifer was going to take the Suburban?
No, she was gonna take the Range Rover and the
Okay.
Suburban was gonna be left.
Okay, so you saw the Range Rover there, and that wasn't what you expected because you expected that that would have been gone by that time of the day?
Yes.
Normally, so there's 3 bays and the Range Rover was in the middle bay.
Yes.
Does Jennifer park the Suburban in the left bay?
Yes, on the left side.
Okay, she always does that. That's just what she
Always,
does.
Yeah.
even if she's running in for 5 minutes.
It's always that one. It was impossible to park in the other one.
So if you think about this in a general sense, I think that she's a very astute witness. She wasn't born yesterday. I kind of get the feeling the defense are trying to trip her up, certainly in terms of what she said about the vehicles. She seems to have a very good memory, a very detailed memory. And like I said, I sort of feel like the defense have produced a whole lot of nothing. What have they achieved so far in cross-examining her?
The left, if you remember, to get up to the garage door leading into the kitchen or the mudroom.
Yeah, so I always go to the right because usually the Suburban's there, so it's kind of just habit to go on the side that's empty that leads through the door into the mudroom.
And that door was unlocked?
Yes.
And it's usually unlocked?
Yes.
So that wasn't unusual?
No, that wasn't unusual.
So when you went inside, you had said that you saw Jennifer's purse in the house on the floor?
It was in the doorway between the mudroom and the kitchen.
And usually she has it on the counter or she takes it with her?
Yes.
So it was on the floor and that was an unusual thing?
Yes.
But you didn't go through it at the time?
No, I didn't go through it.
Did Jennifer usually bring her purse with her when she was traveling?
Traveling like to New York?
Traveling
in general?
Yeah.
It depended. Like she would take her wallet and phone sometimes. So she would leave her bag somewhere else. It just wouldn't really be on the floor.
So that was unusual.
Having the bag on the floor was unusual, yeah.
And you saw when you walked in, there was an uneaten granola bar on the counter?
Yeah, it was like still in its packaging.
Right, you put that away?
Yes.
And then there was a mug of tea?
Yes.
So let's talk about that for a second. As far as I'm concerned, this is a whole lot of nothing. Maybe something will happen while I'm talking, but the thing about the uneaten granola bar, what do you think that's about? Do you think Jennifer got home, put her purse down, entered the kitchen, and started preparing that, and then got interrupted, and then she was murdered? Or do you think she, I don't know, set that out before she took the kids to school? Because the granola and the tea suggesting that she wasn't attacked the moment she arrived home, that it took a little while for the perpetrator to sneak up to her, to be in a position where he was ready. Don't you get that idea?
Back through the garage?
Yeah, I went through the mudroom, out the middle bay, closed the door, and got in my car to get the other kids.
And then you picked up 4 of the kids?
Yep.
And brought them back?
I brought the 4 back to the house.
The 4 kids, you went back through the garage?
Yes, we always went through the garage.
When you left to pick the kids up, did you shut the garage door?
Yes.
And then you entered again, you entered the keypad?
Yes.
And you went back in?
Yes.
Do you recall if the 4 children went to the right of the Range Rover and walked into the house that way with you?
I don't recall. I don't
But
remember.
all 5 of you from school went back into the house?
Yes.
And there was nothing unusual at that point in the garage?
No, we just went right into the mudroom.
And again, you weren't looking for anything at that point?
Yeah, that's correct.
At some point, did you notice that there's another mudroom door leading to the outside?
Yes.
Did you notice that door was unlocked?
Yes.
That's unusual, right?
That was unusual, yes.
It's usually locked?
It's usually locked.
Especially that time of day?
Yes. The only time it was unlocked was when the kids were playing outside because it was right directly towards the backyard. But other than that, that door was always locked.
You may remember Jennifer had said that, she wanted the doors locked. She was afraid of Fotis, and she was, quite aware of the whole locked doors thing. but that to me is a question: is how did Fotis get in? He didn't have a key. The obvious answer seems to be through the garage, when the garage opened. If he was waiting for her before she arrived, then the garage is the natural thing. The obvious answer to that.
And you called the police.
I did.
And you were giving them information, not just then, but over the next couple of days, you were talking to them and cooperating with them.
Yes.
During that time, when you were talking to the police, Fotis was reaching out to you. He was texting you.
Yes.
Can you pull up States 12?
Stephanie, why do you say you doubt he let you make a cup of tea? Because there was a cup of tea on the counter and a granola bar that was prepared but not eaten, a granola bar that was
Is that the first
with
page
it.
of it? Can you go to the next page? That's not what it is. I think it's, may I have one moment, please?
Yeah, but why would he do that? I think so too.
So it will be 2 within that disc. These are your communications with Fotis, right?
Yes.
He was reaching out to you while you were talking to the
That's right.
police.
Yes.
That's right.
And is this the first time he communicated with you? I can't see on top what time it says.
No, I had a phone call with him before that.
Okay. Bob, can you scroll down? Keep scrolling. Keep scrolling. Maybe the next page. Okay. Can you see where it says, "Good morning, GM, Lauren, any news?"
Yep.
All right. And you had said to him, called them at 2:30 and 5:30. No news. They just told me they're still searching.
Yes.
And then Fotis texted to you, I spoke to an officer at 1 a.m. as well. What did you take that text to mean from Fotis?
I spoke to an officer at 1 a.m. as well. I read it as he called them, as I did, to speak to them.
And you spoke to the police and told them that you were talking to Fotis or communicating with Fotis, right?
Yes.
And did you learn that Fotis, in fact, was not cooperating with the police afterwards?
No.
You did not learn that?
Can you repeat that?
Did you, it was poorly worded.
Sorry.
Did you learn that Fotis, in fact, was not cooperating with the police?
At that moment?
After
that moment?
Yes.
And days, yeah, we learned that he was not cooperating.
Okay, even though Fotis told you he spoke with an officer?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. He was also texting you on Sunday because it sounds like he was asking you how things were doing.
Yes.
And he actually showed up in New York.
He did.
He drove down in his car.
Yeah, he drove, I believe, in his Suburban.
And that was where the children were staying?
Yes.
You were there?
I was there.
And it was an apartment?
Yes.
There's a bellman downstairs?
Yep.
So my opinion is that this has been a long load of nothing. It has the appearance of the defense doing something, but actually it's not really doing or achieving anything, right? Do you agree with that? There was a long testimony in chief with the prosecution, and the defense are simply making it look like they are being assertive and doing their job, but they've really not achieved anything. So far.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
No more questions. What was that all about?
Is there a redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Absolutely.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Almeida, you were asked some questions on cross-examination regarding Mr. Dulos' travels. Do you recall those?
Yes.
And I believe you were asked whether or not you understood what he was away for, whether it was vacation or business. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
Now, in the time that you worked for Group, you indicated that you had an opportunity to work on different projects for the company. Is that correct?
Yes.
So do you remember we were saying that what the defense's goal is likely going to be, because this is quite damaging testimony from the prosecution, is to discredit her, and I would say they failed. They failed to discredit her. She is a very credible, strong witness with a really great memory, right? And she's been consistent in her memory, and they weren't able to rattle her or kind of do anything like that.
Club, shortly after we got to Miami. I don't remember the exact day.
In March of 2000.
The main thing the defense basically did was create a little bit of innuendo where you thought, oh, are they trying to say something? And then they never quite did. That was all. That was really, it's kind of like scoring half a point when you're supposed to try and score 10 out of 10. They maybe scored half of 1 point.
Apologize, I should have given you the heads up.
That's a good way of putting it.
Ms. Almeida, do you recall being asked on cross-examination whether or not you took that photograph?
Yes.
Just direct your attention to the date, October 17th, 2016. Assuming that that date and time is attributed to that photograph.
So
could
we're
you
looking
have
at a
taken that
photo,
photograph?
October 17, 2017. That I guess was the strongest moment in the entire defense thing.
You were
was
asked on
showing
cross-examination whether or not the defendant.
Lauren having fun with Fotis, except the problem is all the children are present and Michelle Troconis is present. It's not really that damning, is it?
Jennifer moved out of the house that the defendant moved into 4 Jefferson Crossing.
From what I was aware, a few months
Objection, Your
after.
Honor.
Oh, grounds,
Basis of knowledge.
so foundation. Well, counsel,
Well, I think it's fair follow-up to the cross-examination, Judge.
well, the response, as the court understood the response, is from what she understands. And so court does not know the fount of that understanding. And so the court is going to sustain.
So Matt Prince asks, I don't understand what any of this has to do with Michelle. You must remember that to some extent, the nanny is a witness to the affair. So the nanny was there when Fotis was there with Michelle. I don't know if you caught the earlier part where the nanny says, Lauren says that as soon as Jennifer went home from Florida with her mother, because her mother damaged her foot, hurt her ankle or something, at the hotel pool, Fotis and I think Fotis changed hotels, and suddenly they were in a different hotel and all sharing one room, which they weren't previously. I think they went to a cheaper hotel. And then the other thing that changed was he would be pressing them to play laser tag while Fotis and Michelle went and did something else. So it's also talking about how when Michelle comes into the picture, everything changes. The marriage goes downhill, the arguments increase, and what happened after that. Does that answer your question?
He was claiming that we kidnapped his kids and that he was demanding the bellman to let him up to get his kids. which we already instructed the bellman not to let him up because at that point in time, he didn't have custody of the kids.
If I could just have a moment, Judge.
Looks like that might be it.
I'm sorry, if I could just have one moment.
Yes.
Any thoughts on who might be the next witness after this? Who would be the next witness that would be quite a strong witness? Well, it could be Gloria. It could be a DNA expert.
Was there a scheduled visit for Sunday, May 26, 2019?
I'm not sure.
Thank you. Nothing
One
further.
moment, please, Your Honor.
Susan Ennis, good to see you. It's possible that we might see the employee who, his name's Pavel. He might be next. I hope he is. Yeah, good point. So it might be, she's the nanny, it might actually be the housekeeper.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, you may step down.
What I found quite touching with this witness was she kind of was a voice for Jennifer Farber. You know, you kind of got a sense that who Jennifer really was, her habits, the inside of her home, her thoughts, her words were echoed by this witness. You got a sense of emotion, how she felt about Fotis, angry with him, betrayed by him, let down by him, afraid of him, in the same way that Jennifer was. You also get a sense of, not in a childish way, but a sense of a little bit of animus towards Michelle Troconis. So there's just confirmation. Michelle Troconis is on trial, not as an accessory after the fact, which seems to be, I don't want to say it seems to be obvious, because that hasn't actually been proved, but that seems not that difficult of an argument to make, because there's CCTV of her during the disposal of garbage bags on the day of the murder. But she's on trial for conspiracy to commit murder. Which is a serious charge. I wonder who this is. Is this, I don't think it's Pavel. I can't hear anything. It's not me, the sound is not on. I Sound is definitely not on. Anyone know who that is? Can anyone can anyone read lips? Could this be an FBI agent? Yeah, sorry guys, there's no
Out
sound.
in patrol,
Here we go.
where I worked various shifts. From there, I was a member of the special response team for about 10 years. And then in about 2016, I was assigned to the investigation section.
And when you say special response team, what's that?
Special weapons and tactics. It's a team that's comprised for various events that could occur, barricade subjects. You receive special training in tactics and weapons use.
And the investigations division, what type of cases do you work on?
Investigations
Yes, he
handles
was.
any involved investigation, burglaries, bank robberies, death investigations, any investigation that will be of like a prolonged time that patrol typically wouldn't have the time to handle. They'll get assigned to the investigation section.
And how long had you been working in investigations prior to May 24th, 2019?
I was assigned in October of 2016.
Were you working on May 24th, 2019?
I was.
And specifically the evening hours, I'll just call your attention to approximately 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening. Were you working a normal shift at that time?
I was not working my normal shift.
Okay, so I guess I'll ask the question, how did you end up becoming involved in this case?
Yes, so I had worked my normal shift, which was 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. during the Friday, and I was the on-call investigator. So I was contacted by Lieutenant Ogrins at about 8 p.m. that evening in regards to a missing persons report.
And were you initially, on behalf of the New Canaan Police Department, I guess, the lead investigator?
Initially, yes.
There's your answer, lead investigator.
So when you
Lead
received
detective.
the call from the lieutenant, what was the next step that you took?
Lieutenant Ogrins contacted me initially to request if I could do a search of our license plate readers. I had access to that at the time to search for the license plate of the missing person's vehicle. So I started to do that and then was contacted a short time later to report that they had located the vehicle on Lapham Road, and then they requested my assistance.
And who was the missing person?
Jennifer Dulos.
After learning that the vehicle had been located on Lapham Road, what did you do next?
I then responded to police headquarters, obtained my gear, and then went to where the vehicle was located on Lapham Road.
Prior to responding to Lapham Road from police headquarters, did you request any assistance from any other detectives?
Yes, I requested assistance from Detective Sergeant Romano, who was newly assigned to the Detective Bureau. And part of the training process was he would get called out along with any of the on-call investigators. So I had called Detective Sergeant Romano to come in to assist.
And did he respond to Lapham Road separately from you or together?
Yes, he did.
When you arrived at Lapham Road, what did you see?
I met with Officer Blank, and there was Jennifer's black Chevy Suburban that was parked on the side of the road.
And at the time of your arrival on Lapham Road, was there an active search of Waveney Park going on?
Yes, at that point, a canine from Wilton had been there to do an initial search of the area.
And Waveney Park, what type of park is that?
Waveney Park is a approximately 300-acre park in New Canaan that's comprised of various, about 10:10 in the evening, 10:10 p.m.
And when you arrived at 69 Wells Lane, how did you approach the home?
So I was informed by Lieutenant Ladderette of some suspected blood that they had observed on a vehicle in the garage. So I met with Lieutenant Ladderette at 69 Wells in the driveway.
And you're referring to him as Lieutenant Ladderette. In fact, he was a sergeant at the time, correct?
That is correct, yes. I apologize.
Other than Lieutenant Ladderette and Sergeant Ladderette, was anyone else present at 69 Wells?
At that time, no.
What did you do once you arrived?
Sergeant Ladderette at the time, he had directed me into the garage. It was a 3-bay garage with a vehicle in the center bay, and he pointed out the what he had observed to be possible blood evidence on the vehicle.
And did you observe it as well?
I did.
Could you describe it for the jury?
So I had brought with me a large lantern spotlight, and when I utilized that to light up, to illuminate the side of the vehicle, you could see signs of wiping like a car that had been dirty but then had been wiped. As we walked around, noticed droplets of a red color on the side and on the front.
Attorney McGinnis, just for clarity, could you inquire as to which vehicle
This was, sorry.
Yes, sir. Which vehicle are we referring to?
There was a Land Rover that was parked in the center bay of the 69.
Range Rover.
After observing the blood-like objects and the car, the vehicle, what did you do next?
So we continued to walk around the interior of the garage where we located some more blood, suspected blood evidence. And it was at that point then that we stepped out of the garage and made the decision to secure the home.
Where did you see the additional blood evidence?
As we walked around
To the word blood, and I think it's suspected.
Thank you. Well, there's an objection sustained.
Where did you see the additional blood-like evidence?
there was a what appeared to be a partial.
So that's a little bit of a minor victory for the defense, is they've got the court on its toes in the sense of they can't just say they found blood, they found a blood-like substance. So that is definitely a little bit of a score for the defense.
To a texture that you would see on a kitchen rubber glove. There was a suspected blood droplet on the driver's side rear of the Land Rover. And then some areas on the concrete floor that appeared to have been blood evidence, suspected blood evidence that had been wiped up, cleaned up.
You mentioned a garbage can, I believe.
Yes.
Did you ever open either of those?
I did. I opened up both garbage cans and did a cursory look on the inside, and there were white, typical household garbage.
Now, let's just see what he says.
Either one.
Now, after your observations, was a decision made to apply for a search warrant?
Yes. At that point, we stepped out, we secured, we consulted with our supervisors.
So, yeah, what is seems to be quite bizarre. I mean, I understand it as lawyering, but there have been quite a few cases now where a woman disappears and the defense position is not just anal, but asinine. So in the Patrick Frazee case, the lawyers took the position of she's actually still out there. And you know what, she might actually, this is literally was said during the trial, she could at any moment walk through those doors, the doors of the courtroom, while there's a murder trial taking place. The fact that there's no evidence of her means she could literally be out there, and she might decide tomorrow, she might catch her own trial on television, and we might see her tomorrow. That was the position of the defense. You literally had almost the same thing with the Barry Morphew case, where his defense lawyer was saying she ran away and she may decide when it suits her to come back. There's no evidence that she's not there. It's the same position the McCanns take, where Madeline could be out there. There's no evidence that she's not alive. And maybe one day Madeline's going to just realize she's Madeline and come home, right? And I mean, in the Barry Morphew case, how that narrative changed was they literally stumbled on her remains lying out, her bones lying out in open countryside near Moffat. And yeah, you kind of have something similar. You've got a lot of evidence of a blood-like substance, all of these rolls used up, but because there's not absolute proof that it was necessarily blood or, in some cases, Jennifer's DNA. Now you've got this whole ruse of, so a woman disappeared. There's a lot of evidence that looks like blood, but maybe she just ran away from home and she's trying to score points in terms of a divorce, but her husband isn't alive anymore. And her kids have never seen their mother since that day. Really? You're gonna play with that as your defense?
And who informed you of this information?
That was from the initial initial officers that had taken the missing persons complaint, Officer Kelly Coughlin.
And was Officer Coughlin working dispatch that night?
That's correct, yes.
Meaning that she's actually receiving 911 calls and things of that nature?
Yes.
Okay, we've just passed the 6-hour mark. I'm kind of ready to call it a day. I really only wanted to hear the housekeeper's testimony. I'm kind of hoping that the lead investigator takes us through some crime scene photos or something. So I'm going to give him another 10 minutes, and then we'll decide whether to continue with the live stream.
Now, I want to direct your attention to the following morning. Was there a command post set up at the New Canaan Police Department?
Yes, it
So I think he's referring to
And what floor
Saturday
of the New
morning,
Canaan
right?
Police Department was that located on?
The second floor in the investigations office.
And who was present at the command post in the early morning hours of May 25th?
Myself, New Canaan Sergeant Condos, New Canaan Sergeant Romano, New
Good
Canaan
to see you,
Sergeant
Iceland.
Ferenga, Sergeant Al Bisson, Connecticut State Police. There was also Detective Chris Allegro, as well as several other Connecticut State Police detectives.
And Detective Allegro, what unit of the state police was he with?
Western District,
Was he with the van or major crime?
major crime detective.
Now, at some point on the morning of Saturday, May 25th, did you make contact with Mr. Dulos?
Yes, I did.
How did you make contact with Mr. Dulos?
I had made a call to his cell phone.
Do you recall how you got his phone number?
That was delivered to me from previous coworkers that had already spoken with him.
And did you make any requests of Mr. Dulos during that call?
I had asked if he'd be willing to come down to the New Canaan Police Department to speak.
And did he agree to do so?
Yes, he did.
Did the two of you agree on a time?
Not a specific time. Fotis had stated that he was in a meeting and that it would take him approximately an hour and a half to travel from Farmington to New Canaan.
And from the moment that you
So if he's the lead investigator, I think it stands to reason that he may have, I mean, I don't know this case as well as I'd like to, but it's possible that he may have at some point interrogated Michelle Troconis. And so it's possible that through his testimony, we might get him providing his thoughts on that. I don't know if there's anyone here that knows the case really, really well, that's been following it. If you do, you might know who was present when those questions were asked. You may remember that somewhere along the line, Detective Baumhover did question Chris Watts, not necessarily one-on-one because there were other agents with him, but directly. And you do tend to have the lead detective taking on that role. So it's possible that through this testimony we might see that. Is there anyone here that knows who was present? Because there's very little information on that. I've seen little snippets of Michelle Troconis being questioned. But that is definitely something I'm looking forward to, is hopefully they're going to be taking us through her inconsistent statements. You would imagine that would come from the prosecution side, but I would also imagine that would be almost a coup de grace of the prosecution's case. That would be the flourishing final leg of the presenting their case.
And when you entered the lobby, who did you see?
Fotis Dulos.
Could you describe Mr. Dulos' physical appearance for the jury?
Yes, he was dressed dark colored pants, shirt, a sport blazer he was wearing.
And did you, Detective Allegro, and Mr. Dulos exchange pleasantries?
Yes, yep, we introduced ourselves.
Was Mr. Prytranker in the lobby at the time that you exchanged
No, he
pleasantries?
was
not. Where was Mr. Prytranker?
We had asked Mr. Dulos if his attorney was with him, and he had motioned to outside of the police department, and there was an individual outside pacing back and forth on a cell phone, and he had motioned that was his attorney.
When you say he's outside, did the lobby of the New Canaan Police Department have windows or?
Yes, there's windows, and there's the door is glass, so you can see outside to the parking lot.
And how was Mr. Prytranker dressed?
Professional suit.
Now, did Mr. Dulos offer to go get Mr. Prytranker?
So he stepped outside to go get him, and he returned back into the lobby again without the attorney.
And was there any conversation at that point about the police department being a secure area?
So I had informed Mr. Dulos that he would be going to sit down to talk. He's in a secured area, and that I would just need to ensure that he didn't have any weapons or anything on him. To which at that point, he removed his wallet and keys and started to search for his phone.
And as he was searching for his phone, did he say anything?
He was initially looking for his phone, didn't know where it was.
Now, after Mr. Dulos was looking for his phone, did Mr. Prytranker enter the lobby?
Yes, he did.
And what happened next?
As he entered the lobby, Mr. Dulos had seen that he was holding his phone, and he goes, "Oh, there's my phone." And Attorney Prytranker had handed it over to Mr. Dulos.
And this occurred in your presence?
Yes, it did.
What happened next?
At that point, Attorney Prytranker had informed us that Mr. Dulos would not be meeting with us at that point.
And so after Mr. Prytranker indicated that Mr. Dulos would not be meeting with you, what happened next?
As Mr. Dulos was going to put his phone into his blazer, Detective Allegro asked Mr. Dulos if he could see his phone.
And did Mr. Dulos give Detective Allegro his phone?
Yes, he did.
What happened next?
At that point, Detective Allegro observed that the phone was secured, was locked with the numerical code, and he asked Mr. Dulos for his passcode.
And did Mr. Dulos provide the passcode?
Yes, he did.
Did Detective Allegro use the passcode to get into the phone?
Yes, he did.
And after he used the passcode to get into the phone, what did he do next?
He then placed it into airplane mode and informed that the phone was being seized.
Now, in your experience as a detective, are cell phones sometimes seized in criminal cases?
Yes.
Objection.
Well, in your experience as a detective, are cell phones sometimes seized? Well, that question, to use a colloquial phrase, is loaded. Sustained.
What types of evidence from an investigative perspective can be found on cell phones?
Location data, phone calls, text messages.
I just want to pause it there for a second. It is getting quite interesting if we are going to be talking about cell phone data. The poll is, I don't think, you've got to remember, this is about whether Michelle Troconis conspired to commit murder. And I really don't think the nanny provided all that much information about that. She simply provided some information about the crime scene, which involves Fotis. She involved some information about the length. That is important. The length that this affair had been going on. Well, it had been going on for at least since, while they were married, since March 2017. And since some of the kids were saying, calling her Mishi, it suggests that the affair was probably going on 3 to 6 to even 9 months before that. And that is a very important aspect. I'll explain that to you when we talk about motive. But the length of the relationship is very important in terms of the motive. We'll talk about that.
Emails, pictures.
And when you say location data, what do you mean by that?
Anytime that a cell phone is used, it will record through metadata where the location that incident had taken place. There's various apps also that do the same. They will track your location. So either, for map guidance or whatnot.
Did you have a search warrant for the cellular phone at that time?
At that time, no.
Was one being drafted for the cellular phone?
Yes, there was.
Why was the phone seized without a search warrant?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to his subjective reason. We can get into the constitutional issues, but I don't think that's appropriate here. So I'm objecting on relevance ground.
Well, the short answer is going to be so that we could try to find what we wanted to try to find. That's the answer.
Welcome, Jen.
You can answer.
Can you just repeat the question?
I can try. Why was the cell phone seized without a search warrant?
To prevent the loss of any possible evidence that was on the phone.
After Detective Allegro indicated that the cell phone was seized, did Attorney Prytranker say anything?
Yes.
What did he say?
He had stated, why are you taking the phone, on what grounds, and asked if we had a search warrant.
And did Detective Allegro explain to him why the phone was being seized?
Yes.
At that point, did Mr. Prytranker and Mr. Dulos exit the police department?
Yes, they did.
And when they exited the police department, where did they go?
Outside.
Welcome to my school. It's Neo. Confused?
So, whose phone did they seize? I'm assuming it was Fotis's phone without a search warrant,
Tranker
without a warrant.
come back inside the police department?
Yes, he did.
Because we know that
And
by the
did he
next
demand the
day,
phone back?
Yes, he did.
And did
the
Detective Allegro indicate that he was not
Nanny
getting the
said
phone back?
the nanny had his phone as Fotis' new phone. So they're
Did
probably talking
Detective
about his
Allegro
phone, right?
subsequently turn the phone over to you?
Yes, he did.
And what did you do with the phone?
At that point, ensured that it was in airplane mode, and then obtained the serial number and the IMEI number for records.
And did you also log the phone into evidence?
Yes.
So my question is, I wonder what happened to her phone, because in so many cases, the victim's phone goes missing. Suzanne Morphew's phone's never been found. Gabby Petito's phone, I don't think, has ever been found. Lacey Peterson's phone was found in her, was it a Land Rover, in her vehicle? Trying to think. Shanann's phone was almost lost, but it was found in the couch upstairs after a bit of a search. Has her phone ever been found? So it looks like we're going to be looking at some evidence.
Detective Patton, I've handed you what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 17. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 17?
Yes, I do.
What is State's Exhibit 17?
This is the cell phone that was seized from Mr. Dulos in the lobby of New Canaan Police Department.
And I'm just going to ask if you could just please take the cell phone out and hold it up for the jury.
So this could be huge evidence if there's things on the photos linking Michelle to Fotis. This could be
And what type of cellular
blockbuster
phone is that?
evidence.
This is an Apple iPhone
Do you know the model?
X.
You can put it back.
Now, what certainly counts in the favor of law enforcement is they seize the phone really quickly and perhaps unexpectedly. The other side of it is often with an iPhone, the user can nevertheless access their own data remotely and do some housekeeping.
Yes.
And how does law enforcement get information off of the cell phone? In other words, do you guys do a visual inspection of the phone? Do you guys do a download of the phone? What's that look like?
No, it's done through a forensic digital examiner that would conduct a download of the cell phone.
And do you know a forensic examiner by the name of Michael Clark?
Yes, I do.
Is Michael Clark affiliated with any police departments here in Connecticut?
He's a detective with the Fairfield Police Department.
Did you take this cellular phone that's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 17 to Michael Clark?
I did.
Why did you take it to Detective Clark?
Detective Clark had forensic software and hardware that was available, and he was also available to process on Sunday, 26th.
So you took it to him on Sunday, the next day?
Correct, the next day.
And were you present for Detective Clark's download or extraction of the cellular phone?
I was.
And as the phone was being downloaded, were you able to see some of the information that was being downloaded?
So yes, after the extraction was complete and was uploaded into the software that then parses the data so that you can see the data, you were then able to begin to look at some of the data that was being parsed.
And I want to direct your attention now specifically to location data. Was there location data that was parsed that you were able to view?
That's correct, yes.
And can you just explain to the jury the location data that you observed that was of interest to you?
So
I'm going to object. There's going to be, I assume.
So what if, and I'm just throwing a thought out there, what if they've got the location data of his phone and they've got the location data, I don't know this, but let's say they've got the location data of Michelle Draconis's phone, and what if they're doing this? They're going everywhere together. Let's say on the 24th. Now, we do know that they weren't together that morning and that he returned to work, not sure what the time was it 11:30 or 1:30? But it would be interesting to know where he went after he got into the red Toyota Tacoma. But equally, it would be interesting to see where Michelle Draconis's phone went after the disposal of those garbage bags, or even before the first garbage bag was thrown away.
Detective Patton, when you are when a phone is being downloaded, can you just explain to the members of the jury what the data looks like?
So when it's parsed into the software, it's grouped into categories so that you can easily search, such as pictures will be grouped into picture category, location data will be grouped into location data, text messages will be grouped into text messages. So you can easily navigate through the information that was retrieved from the phone.
And what software allows that to be done?
This was Celebrate.
Thank you.
And Celebrate is a software company that
that's what they used in the watch space, right?
A mechanism to download cellular phones.
Correct.
And so when you were reviewing the location data, what type of data were you looking at?
We were focused on the date of interest is when Jennifer Dulos was reported missing.
How does the location data come up on the cellular phone? What does it appear as?
It's sorted by date and time.
But I guess what I'm getting at is the location data itself. Is it latitude, longitude?
Latitude and longitude, and then the software will also give you a map.
When you say the software gives you a map, you mean it actually pinpoints where the cellular phone is at a particular time?
Correct, and it's displayed on a map similar to what you would see on like Google Maps on a phone. It shows you an actual, not a satellite image, but a default image of a map of the location.
So was there any location data of interest to you that you observed on the phone?
Your Honor, if this is just a yes or no, I don't object. It's the next question that I object.
So the witness may answer that.
Was there any location data of interest that you observed on the phone?
Yes.
What was that location data?
Objection.
Ground.
Hearsay, foundation, this is not the witness who can testify to that, and it's not the best evidence. It's my understanding if they have this data, they can produce it, but this witness simply can't say any more than you or I can say, oh, well, the computer produced this and now I see certain things, so I object on that basis.
Well, the court's view is this: if the witness has testified that what is seen is a date and a map, then the witness can testify what he saw on the map.
If you think about true crime in the current era, if you think about every single case we deal with, you think about the labyrinth of digital data. I mean, the amount of digital information in every case is astonishing. There's often a huge amount of CCTV evidence. I must say I was really impressed in the Caitlin Armstrong case. They didn't just have one CCTV, they had CCTV all along. And you're seeing that more and more these days because so many people have got security systems. There are cameras in every second home now. In the corporate fabric, there are cameras as well. There are cameras all over the place that some that you're aware of, some that you're not aware of. There are satellites that are also recording things. In the Rex Human case, they actually found Rex Human in the street in a Google Maps in a Google Maps recording or a Google Maps footage. And if you think about it, if anyone wants to commit a crime today, it's virtually impossible to commit the crime and move from A to B without being captured on some kind of digital platform, whether it is your own phone, whether it is some other system. And it kind of speaks to this idea of privacy. If you're an innocent, honest citizen, you're nevertheless being monitored. And so much more so if you're a dishonest citizen.
Saw someone do, but now for asking him to interpret the data is where I object. I couldn't cross-examine this witness about specifics without actually having those documents through the witness who produced it. I may not require that person. I'm just saying I don't think he's the.
The only downside to electronic information is it can be manipulated. So you can delete some, you can almost manipulate it to some extent as well.
Hours.
Try to ask the judge's question. How does the mapping work so that you can follow it over a number of hours?
I'm not an expert witness in the behind the scenes of how the software was developed and how they gather the information to then present it. But my understanding is that.
Then I'm going to object to his then lay understanding.
Well, then the question is, how do you come to the conclusion as to Albany Avenue other than, well, the court does not even know what the answer is to other than. How did you come to the conclusion that the device was on Albany Avenue based on the forensic download?
You can answer that question.
Because the phone captures location data when it's being utilized, and then the software will parse that and easily show the location data in a chronological order, and you can follow that through and tab through each location, and it will then update you and show you the location that the phone was in on that particular date and time.
So the court understands the testimony to be that the forensic download will show a date and then perhaps longitude, latitude at a certain time. But it won't say the phone was on Albany Avenue.
Is that correct, sir?
That's correct.
So how do you determine where the phone is at that point?
By either inputting the lat and long into a mapping software, but Cellebrite also gives you the option that you can also see that they pre-map it for you. So you can actually see on another screen the location.
And based on your observations of the latitude and longitude showing the phone near Albany Avenue, did you alert any other law enforcement personnel to that information?
Yes, I had reached out to the detectives that were back at New Canaan Police Department and elsewhere of the finding.
May I just have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
I have nothing additional.
So I take it, I'm not going to ask you a lot about that. I take it you are not an expert then in either the Cellebrite input or reading the data in its raw form, correct?
So I am I do have training and certifications in Celebrate Certified Operator, and Celebrate Physical Analyzer.
Did you have that in 2019?
I did, yes.
All right, but you didn't want to do this yourself?
At that time, I did not have the experience.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about. In 2019, you did not have the
Correct.
experience.
I started with the Technical Investigations Unit in 2018.
You started in 2018, but this happened in 2019. Are you saying, though, you did not yet have sufficient experience to be able to interpret it, right?
Correct.
So it's more like if somebody prints something out, I could look at some data and then try and follow the instructions and punch it in and come up with some locations, basically, right?
You're not coming up with the locations. The software does
The
that.
software does it. Okay, fair enough. So let me move away from that for a moment. I'm going to ask you about your earlier testimony. You said you went to Waveney Park. Is that right?
So Pauline says the judge is really paying attention. I know he has to, but he's doing a stellar job. Now, we've just dealt with a obviously biased juror, and I must say I've sat in courtrooms where you can tell, I don't think you need to be a rocket scientist, you can tell that the judge is biased. And it's quite hard not to be at a certain point in a trial. It's quite hard to, but I remember in quite a few trials, you could tell, for example, in the Oscar Pistorius case, just how what a great rapport the judge had with him. Very sensitive to him, very sympathetic to him, very hard on the media, and so there seemed to be a bias there, and it turned out, I don't know if you want to say there was a bias, but certainly she ended up being very sympathetic towards him. In the Henry van Breda case, which seemed very open and shut, remember in South Africa we have only judges judging, we don't have juries. There's a point where the judge got quite stroppy with the defense team, and you sort of felt like, wow, he doesn't really seem to be on their side. And well, we know how that case turned out as well. In the Laurie Vallow case, the judge repeatedly overruled the defense to the extent that it seemed stupid for the defense to object because they were always overruled. And so, this idea that people aren't going to show any bias is, I think, kind of interesting because human beings are biased. And, in a court situation, they may say they're not, they may try not to be, but they are going to be. Is Terry leaving us? Thanks a lot for being here, Terry. So it looks like we might have another witness in the next half hour. So let's see who this might be. I must say, this was to me a little bit of a much ado about nothing witness from the prosecution.
The court is not asking who, but do you have your lineup ready for tomorrow?
Yes, Judge. Could we have a quick sidebar about scheduling?
Right. Well, the court remembers what we discussed. So.
Yeah.
So I think that's it for today. I really didn't mean to do a 6-hour, 35-minute session. It's actually closer to 5:35, but it was interesting holding the fort, and it was good being kept company by you guys. I want to thank Mods for being here. Terry's just left us, but thank you for being here. Terry definitely made a couple of very interesting contributions. Here is the accused. we'll kind of end it over there. I want to thank you guys for the handful of super chats. It bought me a Red Bull. Thanks a lot. And I've got another one waiting downstairs. I'm going to eat a couple of, what are they? It's kind of like a small baked cake. It's not a cake, it's kind of like a scone. So I'm going to be eating that quite soon. Chelsea, good to have you here. And also Stephanie, it was nice having Stephanie in with us. We were actually here a little bit ahead of Stephanie, so that was quite interesting. I must say today ended up being, for me, a little bit of a letdown. I thought there was going to be more fireworks than we ultimately had. In the end, the fireworks we did have were in unexpected ways, jurors overstepping the mark and that sort of thing. So, yeah, I'm quite impressed that Chelsea says, wow, as it time flies when you're having fun, right? So, I'm not going to do this tomorrow. I'm not going to be live from the word go tomorrow. I'm still a bit concerned with a low subscriber count following this. If it goes below 200, I don't think I'm going to be continuing to do it every day. So if you want me to continue, tell your friends about it. Go on Twitter, say, wow, he's live on Twitter, come and watch. Spread the word on Facebook and so on. I'm going to look at, I'll obviously follow the trial on my own time tomorrow. I want to cover interesting evidence. I don't want to just cover it for the sake of covering it. So let's see what happens. I'm very interested to see the interrogation of Michelle Troconis. So that's kind of the obvious milestone that I'm looking for. Also, if they cover the CCTV of the disposal, to my mind, they haven't quite gotten to that point yet. So we'll see if that happens. I'll also be interested to see what cell phone evidence they've got on between Michelle and Fotis Dulos, Michelle Troconis and Fotis Dulos. What texts, what do the texts reveal about potential guilty knowledge or lack of? We'll see. What are the Welsh cakes like? They're pretty good. Okay, so I'm going to let you go. Peaches and Scouts, thanks for being here. I think overall it was a fairly interesting day, and let's see how the rest of this trial shapes up. Take care. Again, Chelsea, thank you very much. JC, it's good to see you here. Keep warm in Boulder and wherever you are, Oregon, Chicago, wherever you are, keep warm. I wish I could send some of the warm weather where I am to you, but that's how it is. So I'm going to play out with the outro. Look out for me being live tomorrow, but it'll probably be, I'll probably start going live around about this time, maybe an hour or so earlier. So look out for that. Okay, that's it from me. See you guys next time.